what's going on? Getting settled in for what I'm realizing is a huge project. To go through all these maps, I think there's 92, if I checked right. So we'll see. We're gonna have to push to get through all this. AC, what is up? I've got a tier list as well that I updated. Not there. Here. So, I've got all the, where is it? I've got all the tiers built out, and I also updated the thumbnails to include the text because it was tough to read. And I also included what DLC those maps are. Hold on, music, sorry. I realize it's really loud because it's really loud in my ears. So it's really loud in your ears too. Okay, does my adjusting that affect? No, okay. Okay, sorry about that. Like I said, getting dialed in. So I put all the DLCs that they're related to, and that's going to be really useful for anyone that doesn't own any of these, which, Adia, isn't that the case? You don't have any of the map packs? And I think in my brain when you said that, I like short-circuited and was like, oh my god, you're missing so many maps. But I realized a lot of these maps come with the DLC, and the map packs do account for almost 30, maybe 30 of the maps, but out of 92, that's not, you still have a ton of options. So that's the tier list. I'll be, actually, I should put that somewhere where I can modify that as I go. Hold on a second. If I put it on that half of the screen, will I do that? How do I do this? I need a fourth monitor, honestly. So if I put this there and then I'm just going to minimize it for now. Okay. So we got Plainville up in the background, but that's not why we're here. Started coming out after airports, and I checked out at that point. Is my camera deactivated? Hold on a second. Hold on 2 seconds. Studio mode. Webcam? Activate? There we go. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that to not work. I feel partially responsible for that because that's when I checked out as well. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually, we don't have to quit. That's fine. We're gonna pop on over to Remastered though. That's where we're doing the work today. We're loading everything up with cheats. No fires. Actually, it's fine if it's fires. We're loading up everything with cheats and hunting for the best 25 tile map. We may as well just work our way through. We can get through all the DLCs. I don't think Stowfall is going to be a winner, but we've got all the DLCs. Let's see if Adia was correct here. Sunset Harbor, airports, and then the map packs. But Plaza's Promenade's one of my favorite DLCs, standalone. It might be my favorite if I had to pick one. Let me see. Financial districts, bottom of the barrel. Map Pack 2 and Map Pack 3 were good. Hotels and retreats, I don't know. I don't think I gave the maps a chance. But we'll touch on which ones I did give a chance as we go. So let's get back to the beginning of the list, and this is gonna take a bit. There's even potentially some New Boston that I was working on, but that's a pipe dream because the tools are so bad to make the map. Okay, so we're going in Blackwoods. What are we gonna do? We're turning on everything, right? Everything in the cheats section, which unlocks all tiles. Okay, Blackwoods. The other thing that so there's a couple things we have to consider. Sorry, I don't think I talked about the tiers, did I? I don't think I talked about the tiers. So the tiers that we are fitting all these maps into are top tier. How can you not build there? You have to build there. How can you not? Tier 2 is strong contenders. They're really good maps, but you know, if you don't want to build there, you don't got to build there. It's all right. I get it. But you got to build the top tier because they're really that good. Now, the middle category is your mileage may vary, and that's really dependent on the project. Like, some maps may be great for a big downtown, but not for a mountainous country road, and vice versa. You might be able to build a small town on some map or a desert village, but it may not scale one way or the other. So again, your mileage may vary is very dependent on the project itself. There's maps that are perfectly fine with 81 tiles, but we're hunting for the best 25. And then potentially, hopefully not many, but some aren't even worth wasting your time to load the map. But we're going to find that out tonight because I'm going to waste my time loading the map and take us through all these, starting with Blackwoods. So let's work our way through. Yes, we're going to take all the warnings and confirm we're good. We're good. I say we're good. How are all of you? I hope you're well. Eden Valley would be a good 25 tile build. I don't think I gave Eden Valley a shot. I'm looking. I have 15 seasons. We'll see. A DNAC, see if you can call them out as they come up. I'll probably say them before you can call them out. What am I kidding? Okay, come on now, game. This is what I'm saying. Like, sometimes these aren't worth the loading time. We're going to go look together, and then you don't have to worry about it. But it's okay. A couple things, right? Like, how varied is the build? What type of resources are available? In this case, we don't have to sacrifice any connections or resources. So that is something to consider as well. Some maps may be great, but if you've got your heart set on an oil industry, maybe it's not the right map. Then again, oil and ore are not renewable, and it's kind of silly to build a giant oil rig drilling station that will be out of oil in like 25 minutes of game time. Good investment. You've only used maybe 10 to 15 maps. I mean, I've looked at all of them as they came out, but I don't know how seriously I've reconsidered 25 tiles. I will say I looked at them all when I went to build Meander, and that was pretty late in the cycle. I think only Map Pack 3 came out after that, and I still wasn't happy with 25 tiles. So this is Blackwoods. I swear I built here on a city before I ever recorded. This one might have been one of the first ones. And that makes sense because it's literally the first map that you're presented with. So did I not say unlock all tiles? I have to actually go in and buy them? Did I not? Isn't that one of the cheats? Did I not turn the cheats on? For tiles, I have to do this again? Hold on a second. Are you kidding me? Did I not turn that on? We're off to a terrific start. I'm putting this map in trash tier just because of that. New game, Blackwoods. Next. I'm going to say 25 tiles unlockable, because maybe... Oh, I didn't. I said all tiles unlocked, which it was 9. But technically, they weren't even unlocked. They were... Okay, 25 tiles unlocked. Unlock all. Everything checked down the board. I think we're okay this time. But I do remember very well building on this one. I don't think... Actually, I take it back. I think one of the default maps was a season of my Let's Play. But if we're going through all the base game maps first, there's only one of them. I take it there's 2 of them out of 15 seasons in the base game maps. So again, how can you not build here? Strong contender. Your mileage may vary. 81 tiles and trashed here. Don't bother wasting the time to load the map. That's what we got to fit everything into. Hopefully I don't load them incorrectly again. We're already 11 minutes in. I haven't got the first map loaded. Does everybody have a favorite map or one that they're building on now? What did Adia and AC just recently restarted maps? What are you building on? Do you know? Let's see here. If I got that music's deceivingly loud in my headset, but I think it's okay. Let me know if it isn't. Okay, so it's telling it. Why do I have to unlock the tiles? I mean, at least they're all unlocked, but I've done that smoother. So this is a decent area for a downtown area on these couple islands this side of the highway. How far out do we go? So the thing that I always judge a map on is how natural is it that a city would end at the edge of the map? Like, is there a reason why you wouldn't build out there? And I think, yes, it's mountainous trees. And so far, I like this side of the map. There's a reason you wouldn't go over there. I'd like to go over there to fix that dip in the highway. That looks dangerous, but we'll let it go. Honestly, the edge of the map is one of the biggest deciding factors for me. This one, again, is actually pretty nice. Because, again, there's a reason you wouldn't be out there building. The best farmland on an industry map? I'd like to redo this highway. Like, look at this. Oh, please. Oh, my God. Please tell me that this segment is accessible. No, you can't delete that. Oh, no. No, that might destroy the entire map for me right here. Do I have to have that to build a... That honestly might destroy... Hold on a second. If I can't reconnect that node, then we can't delete the nodes to then make that longer. And I think that's going to be... That's unfortunate. Because I would like to change... this. Why is that not snapping? Okay, so that's okay, but we can't delete that segment right there. And that is very much a potential problem. So if you're coming this way, it's close. Like I think it's okay, but that could be... That's just, it's so ugly. Like I would want to completely redo this, and you can't, because like you can't move the train track enough to put it under the road, because you can't move the road enough. Ugh. I mean, I guess you could come out at this angle and make that turn much more abrupt and work over here. But I would like to redo that. That is unfortunate. That's the one point against this map so far in my mind, because it's got all the resources. It's got some interesting water features. And I think it's got a really good reason why, again, you wouldn't build off to the edge of the map. This is Blackwoods, the very first one. Base game. So I like this one a lot for the sake of, again, just you wouldn't be building out off the map. But this sucks over here. Where is it? This is so bad, like, and you would build here. I'd want to redo this intersection. I'd want to redo this so badly, and you can't really fix this. So what could you do? You know what I mean? Like you could do bulldoze. So like let's just bulldoze this for a minute. So like we could knock out the knock out the highway right here. Ooh, that's close. And then take the train this way. Carve a little route underneath the highway and then put the highway back over the top of the train. That wouldn't be terrible because then you wouldn't need this horrible. And then that's already better over here. So I think we can deal with that. I just hope this isn't a jammer. Triangles that are too small jam trains up. But Blackwoods, like this is, other than that one critique, I think this is actually a really good map. And I remember building on it early and then not coming back to it because I had already built on it. So maybe I just need to give this one another chance. This definitely, I think, is a strong contender. I don't like that edge of map is really annoying for me. But I'm going to go ahead and throw that on strong contender to start us off. We're going to run out of screen real estate so fast. Okay, so next one. Narrow passages or Caldera County. Those are your votes. Kong, what's up? How you doing? And Jay, how you doing? And David, I'm sorry. And Pat, and there's so many people I didn't say hello to. I'm sorry. I did respond to the fire comment. I said no fires. But welcome everybody. Okay, new game, new map, second one, Cliffside Bay. Okay, I'm saying 25 tiles unlockable and all tiles unlocked. Am I not? Like, I am saying those two things. I'm saying them out loud, but I'm also saying them with the options buttons. The loading hangs. Oh yeah, Kung, I've got the whole tier list going here. So our tiers are: how can you not build there? Strong contenders, your mileage may vary. Play it with 81 tiles or don't waste the load time. And I actually updated all the thumbs to have large text that's hopefully readable. And also includes the logo of the DLC that they come from. So hopefully that makes that good for everybody. I'll publish I'll export and publish the lists after as well. Come find it on the Discord, tinyurl.com/movethemouse. Come on, load screens. This is just console unmodded. This is an Xbox Series X remastered. I don't know like what they did. I may have some ideas. It's loading more textures, but so it doesn't unlock them. It's just that they are unlocked, ready to buy. I'm too used to like, well, I shouldn't say I'm too used to it. I've only done a little bit of building here and there, a couple 100 hours, but on PC with 81 tiles, and I know that like it just unlocks them by default. I'm so used to that. Oh, this one goes up from the spawn. That's a weird square, so right away that's going to be interesting. Starting tiles in an interesting spot. What are we on? Cliffside? I already forgot. Cliffside Bay? Cliffside Bay. So, a lot less forest. And see, like, I'm okay, like, if you build down here in the flats and maybe start to thin things out, it's okay that there's not stuff over that way. Maybe that is a pretty sizable hill that hides that view quite a bit. What? I don't know why. I mean, it's 2015, the game just came out, but like, you had landscaping tools. You could have carved paths for the trains under the roads, or like run the landscape up. I don't get it. So this is okay if we don't come too far down here. Basically, if we stop in this valley before, I mean, we'll change that, but we'll make that better. But we'll, like, you know, you'd have to stop building over here. Like, there's good reason for not going up that hillside. Like, I think you could build in here nicely. This is relatively flat in this ravine, this bowl. But back to the edge of the map, sorry. What's the deal over here? This is some oil underneath us? I'm not as concerned about the resources because you can import those. I don't think this has a lot of buildable space, would be my complaint here. I don't think you would build up on these. Probably not. Maybe a wind farm up here. Assuming the wind is good up here, it's gotta be, right? Where's wind? Where's the windsock? Yeah. So you could build like a wind farm up here. That would be actually kind of cool. But like, would you build up here? I'm sorry, I know I'm whipping the camera a lot. So I guess you could drive up this way and then up to this plateau. Like, you could get up here. But if you did, then you'd be hard pressed for like, where do you stop building? So I don't think that you do. I think you keep it down in this. So this is like, I don't know. This is okay for the right circumstance. It's not like I gotta go build here. I gotta go change the highways here is what I gotta do. And that one over there. But I mean, it looks like it's an okay spot if you wanted to do like farming right off the start. Right? That's what this is. Is it not? Where's resources? This one? So that's great farmland. If you want to build a farm right off the bat, countryside DLC and some farm deal and some industries farms, I think do it. Let's start loading the next one, and while that's happening, I'll update the tier list. So that was Cliffside Bay. Let's load Diamond Coast. Diamond Coast is actually, if I remember right, and I may correct myself, I'm pretty sure it's one of my favorite 9-tile vanilla base game options. For beginners especially. And you'll see why in a second. So tier list, I got to refresh the page. Cliffside Bay. I think your mileage varies. I don't think it's annoying where the edges of the maps are, but it's still got to be like the right kind of build to build there. I don't think it's as safe a bet as Blackwoods is. You know, so all I have to do is minimize that and it will not be shared anymore, and then I can just bring it back up. Okay, that's easy. All right, that works. Okay, sorry, catching up. Rename the town the map name. I was thinking about that, but that's gonna be so much typing on 92 different maps, you know. I was thinking like just initials maybe. I'm pretty sure that's Apple signing into Stardew, if I know my wife. And I think I know my wife. Oh, you know what? I forgot to double check, Pat, and thank you for mentioning that. Like, I already have disregarded at a very important point of checking the resources on the maps. So I need to pay better attention to that. Like what resources and connections are available. Okay, so one of the reasons why I love this map is especially for beginners. If you had to, this is the original starting tile. You could come down here, but also you can go up here. It depends. I think you could justify like not building past there. But it's like one simple highway exit if you want to build down this way. I probably wouldn't grab this tile. I'd grab one more up here maybe. But it's not a terrible 9 tile build. But let's see if it's a better 25 tile build. I feel like this is such a wasted tile. The old school original map diamond cloverleaf. That thing is great. See, I've talked about this. That's so small that 3 trains that come here at the same time are going to get stuck in a revolving door waiting for each other, waiting for the next guy to go, and they'll never go. Jeremiah, your cities look way better than my cities I built. I could show you some ugly ones tonight if you want me to load them up. Don't sell yourself short. I have literally 15 seasons of Let's Plays. The first ones are pretty ugly. So you just gotta keep going. That is bad though. At least that's something that we can change. But sometimes it's off the map, and it's really unfortunate because that is not something you can fix. This is, I already can tell, a map that would frustrate the heck out of me, because like you have this giant, I mean, you could change this, but like here's this giant highway intersection. Here's all this flat land, this beautiful flat buildable land, and like you just can't build over here. And you can't look at the highway. Look at the highway, like that lump rolling over the ground to the lowered bridge. Like, first thing you did in the map was fix stuff that annoyed you. Exactly. And we can't do that here with a couple of things. Like those bridges, I probably would have modified the land a little bit there. But it's really unfortunate how lumpy the roads are on some of these maps. It's wild to me. So this one already, like I'm frustrated with that side of the map to the point where I probably wouldn't recommend to build here. Also, same thing here, right? Like you've got a pier, you've got a lighthouse out there, you've got flat buildable land, and there's no reason why your town would just stop and not use this, not use all this seacoast. So it's really unfortunate that like that isn't considered when they load up these maps. Says the guy who made Stairs Road yesterday. All right, if you don't have a clip, I'm sorry. It never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, that was Diamond Coast. Diamond Coast, Let's load up Foggy Hills and talk about the map of Diamond Coast. Unlockable, all cheats, in case we want to drop in some unique buildings. So Diamond Coast, I mean, maybe with 81 tiles you could go clean it up. I don't want to throw it in the... It's not a you gotta go build here for a 25 tile map. It's not even a strong contender. And honestly, I don't know if your mileage will vary. I think you'll want to clean up those things, and I think the only way to do that is with 81 tiles. So is it trashed here? No, but it's not a remastered thing. Let the PC players have that one. And even then, you've got better options. You've got a whole workshop full of maps, so there's no point, you know. Please hold while I go find a stair roads. No. You don't need the. No, we're good. I know it exists. I know it exists. Oh, I didn't mean, I don't have to do that. I just have to fold down the window. Okay. We're good, we're good. It's a shame the devs didn't think of stuff like that when designing them. The bridge has lumpies and the way the road curves on the other side is a basic mistake. Yeah, it's like, it's a thing that they didn't learn for a while. And that is like, they built this fun game with the tools to do really cool things, and they just weren't artists themselves. They just like, oh, just drag it over the road. Okay. But like, those were all the maps that came with the game before there was a whole modding community, right? Before they were charging money for content creators to produce map packs and build custom intersections into them. Map Pack 3 specifically, probably one of the best that you could buy, honestly. Adia, if you don't have it, I'll show you why. This is, what are we on? Was this Foggy Hills? Okay. This is a deep cut. Anybody have a guess on what map this was? Because I definitely built on this one. Technically twice. And I think this one is another frustrating. Well, I guess, you know what? We could get away with it again because this highway goes up and over this hill. And if you look from down here, like, that is an insane. I think you could, like, carve a valley here and curve it this way and then curve it up back that way so that, like, you never see the end of the highway from down here. I think we could make that side work. That you could make work. It's okay that we're not building up there. We could even build a little bit maybe by this lake, but it's a shame that we can't build over there. But we could cut things off right about here on that hump. Where are the Foggy Hills? I mean, the fog probably rolls in. That's at least a flat bridge. I'm okay with this. Let's see. Oh no, over here is where it's gonna bug me, right? Look at that. Look at how flat and beautiful that is. Why would you have like some giant metropolis over here with monuments and not build there? There's the fog coming in, by the way. So I think right there is that's a use case for 81 tiles. And also for maybe using 81 tiles just to go build some mountains over there and some hills so that you don't build up to the edge of the map. But see, like this triangle right here is plenty long. Like look at it in comparison to the size of a train. It would take multiple trains in a line to it would take 6 trains there at the same time basically to lock that one up. That's probably not going to happen. Think you built a European city on this map? Yeah, that's quite possible. I built Springwood on this map, and it was one of the first cities I did like beginner's guide tutorials on, where I didn't actually do a build, but I like did things. Yeah, it's a European theme. And then when I restarted that in PlayStation build that I abandoned, unfortunately, around the time I took a break. So this one's okay. It's okay. It's not terrible all over, but it's not something I'd recommend if you don't have 81 tiles. So far, also resource-wise, were we missing anything on any of these maps? Because that's a potential other consideration. So this next one is missing what? Oil? If that's a concern. This is Grand River. We'll load that up and then we'll go rank Foggy Hills. Okay, so Foggy Hills. I think 81 tiles would make it better. Again, there's still better options, but it's not a bad map. I like the map for the most part, especially as far as base game maps go. Like, it's not terrible, but again, like, you kind of need a PC and 81 tiles to really enjoy it, and even then, you've got a whole choice of thousands and thousands of maps. So it's of limited use. But again, we're really hunting what is the best 25 tile map. The 9 tile is a separate discussion, and I already have my king decided on that one. So minimize. Did they not farm the game out to someone else to sort it for console? Yes, Tantalus technically. Is that why not? Is that not why we have a remastered version? Surely would smooth things out a bit. If you part about they both, it's the same company that developed both. I think it was basically just Paradox probably pushing to monetize a PS5 and Xbox Series upgrade, right? And they offered it for free. To be fair, they offered it for free to people that owned it digitally. But if you owned the physical disc, you had to go buy the upgrade. Or if you just wanted it for the first time, of course. And the timing of it was such a slap in the face right the month before they announced too. But then again, here we are 2 years later, no console release date. If you wanted to play a city builder on console, remastered was the thing to get. At least at that time frame. What are we? I already forgot what we loaded into. Grand River? Does that look like Grand River? Right? That's the one? Is that the... Yeah, highway split across the river. Okay. Grand River's one of your favorite from back in the day? Yeah, I want to do it without the unlimited cheats, hopefully. So right away, it's not horrible, but I don't love that there's a big clearing in the trees there. I guess. But like, where do you end it? Where do you stop the city? Because this is all kind of just rolling hill. And there's not like a big body of trees to cut off. Like, I'd be okay with that. Like, that eventually you could stop building up the hill here. And see it just roll off in the distance. But like, what do you have over here? You got this giant mountain. You're not going to build up the side of this thing. I mean, you could, but it's going to look pretty slop. So I think this one, again, is going to fall into that camp of not being... I mean, I was going to say it's not trash tier, but honestly, that highway that we can't fix right here, but okay. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to give them credit. But what is that? What in the hell is that? Somebody got paid to do this. Well, you're at your job next week, busting your butt, dealing with something, shenanigans, some bull, whatever it is. Remember that someone got paid to deliver this. It's like if you asked early Chat GPT to make the Windows XP background. And this is what it sent back 17 minutes later. Okay, excuse me. Okay, we got our chart up to date. Our first trash tier officially in Grand River. No offense to, the creator of said map, but, they've obviously learned a lot since 2015. Maybe even 2014 when that was built. Like, they didn't have tools, they didn't have Move It. They had the basic game. Like, I get it. Okay. Wow, I thought sitting on that tier list for a while when I minimized, we'd surely be loaded by then, but no, it was like still frozen, and now it's catching up. That's wild. Oh, the stair clips in the Discord? Great. I'm just seeing that way back in the chat. Hold on. Can I bring this up and then drag it into there? Hold on a second. Wait, where'd you post it? Was I in the channel already and didn't see it? Oh, found the stairs. Okay. Hold on. Is this the process of actually making them? Did you find the creation of them? Oh my god, you found the actual creation. Okay, hold on. That has parking though? What about grass? That... Okay, we're gonna have to come back in and fix that. That is a stair, not a road. And then what if we do the same thing over here for... That is bad. Track with trees on this one. Will it let us? Oh my god, that is bad. That stair step down is disturbing. I would break it, redraw it, but like we really gotta like. Nice, good find. Thanks, AC. Appreciate that. Do we loaded River? We're loading into Green Plains now. Is that where we're at? Okay, Green Plains. Come on, 25 tiles. And if I hit the play button, will it play Spotify? It will. Okay. Okay. Your petty does come in handy. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm here. I appreciate you archiving the petty in clips. Okay, so what do we got here? What do we got here? Does this, if we zoom way out, does this look familiar to anybody? Hint, hints, hint, hints. AC, Adia, Kung. What's this one? What city's this one? That's a test for you. It's recent. We've been to it very recently, extremely recently. This is Plainville. This is Plainville. So this is the first highway entrance, and this is where the university is over here. The stadium is over this way. All the residential neighborhoods all the way around to the highway with all the spaghetti. The prison's over here. And of course, the casino and theme parks are over this way. Yeah. Green Plains is Plainville. Because remember, base game map. Base game map. Yeah, I really do like Plainville. Like it is making a lot of the 9 tiles. But what could we do in a Plainville remastered, right? So in Plainville, we're like really constrained to build mostly to within that band of highway. But we could go out here and we could use all this and redo that highway. We could build out there. And there's a reason to stop building up the mountain past the highway. Like, I don't have to go build up there. And I don't have to fix the highway up there. I mean, I would if I got that close and saw the other side of it, but it's pretty smooth on the way up. I say that, but then I see this. So again, it needs work, but we could get there. What about over here? We need a lot of work over here. But again, it's inside the constraints that, never mind. Hold on a second. What happens over here off the map? I don't mind not building over there, but is there something frustratingly stupid about all this? That's actually not terrible. Why don't they do this more? I mean, I say that and dang-a-lang it. Why is that so low right there? That attention to detail. I mean, like, maybe do we not come over here? Hopefully you don't see that ever. And like, if you build up here, okay, I think we can get away with that. I'm 110% sure you can't fix that because this hump right here is on the edge of the map. And you can't raise this up enough to make up for it. That's just unfortunate. That's one tiny little ding that I think keeps it off a top tier. This train track being off map and then weaving back in is fine. Like I'm okay with not building up there. And over here, like, I'm okay not building there, but man, would I like to smooth that out. And also fix that. Come on, guys. Come on. Really? So again, I think we've got another great 81 tile map. But it's close. Like, it's close. And I mean, maybe hold on a second. Is it a maybe based on your circumstances? We can deal with this. This is very fixable over here. I'll try and slow the camera. I'm sorry. No, I'm moving around a lot. This is all going to get redone. Can we live with this? Like, where does it come from? That triangle over there. Why the triangles? The triangles that are so small. I learned that lesson in season 1. Come on. Okay, so maybe I could deal with that, but I can't. It's rough. Ugh. It's 81 tiles. It's 81 tiles. I'm done. It's 81 tiles. It's got to be 81 tiles. It can't. You can't. Is it a strong contender? Is it still a strong contender? Chat, help me out on this one. Is that still a strong contender and I'm just being way too nitpicky about the edge of the map? Like, could you build around that? How do people feel about that one? Wish I could go through and fix your earlier maps. That would be nice. You see, it seems like that would be a really easy way. Some more tools and a way to share remastered maps. That'd be awesome. Okay. So I think it's a... I don't want to rule it out because I'd want to consider potentially a Plainville remastered, but it is... It's a strong contender. It's just not a... It's not a must build. You would stop building way before you got to that strong contender. Rotate the camera and not look. Plant some very carefully placed redwoods. So there's just not an angle you can see it from. Do a lot with CS. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Like the PC game was on an older version of Unity and really did need an update, but they weren't expecting a Unity update in the middle of their development because they thought their development was going to be a lot shorter. Okay, sorry. We put Green Plains in strong contender, and I think Plainville Remastered would be really fun. And do it the exact same way. Introduce all the DLC, but this time there's even more that we could introduce. So, next game. Sorry I wasn't already loading. We're going to Islands next. We'll take a quick tour here. This one was actually just recommended. Adia, was it you that recommended Islands and Murky Coast? I believe it was. I believe that was one of your two. We'll go back and check it out again, though, for the cohesiveness. How many in are we? We're like, this is going to be a long stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 92. Okay. I gotta rifle through these. I gotta not be so ridiculous. But I've been working on that for 46 years, and it's an ongoing project. Okay. If we find a map tonight, I mean, maybe I start it tomorrow. City Saturday. Okay. Quick fire. If the game would load the map exactly. There's nothing quick about this process. My goodness. Sneezing. Sorry. Excuse me. I was on mute. Woo. Okay. I can see the lumps in that loading screen. I want to fix them so badly. All right. I already forgot. I'm the worst. We are at Islands, of course. Adias. That's how long it takes to load these maps. Like, I forgot what we were talking about. Why do I need all this ocean space? That's awful. That's awful. That's an awful decision about where to put your 25 tiles. Okay, so... mildly frustrating, but you just don't build on this island, period. Period. No building on that island whatsoever. Maybe here. Maybe here. But if you build here... why didn't you build over there? I mean, it is loaded with trees, so I guess we could preserve some nature and stop being a maniacal capitalist bent on turning everything into concrete jungle so that you can build parks and charge people $20 to walk from A to B. So I guess we could make that work. There's the trees do honestly help make it, because like the fact that this is a highway way out in the woods versus, are the textures not loading in? Is it supposed to be that blurry, that close? Am I having a stroke, or is this what the textures looked like in Remastered? Like, is it really blurry that close? And the tree pop in? Oh my God. Okay, this is not what we're here for. This is not what we're here for, Mouse. We're here looking at the map. The edge of the map's okay. I could see not building over there. I've been forgetting. I've been negating the check the resources. We should go back and check the last few. Hopefully it doesn't cause a recategorization. I don't think anything's that drastic, though. It's more like you could import goods. Stop! Stop with the triangles, Theo! I mean, we can fix it, though. We can fix it. We can fix it. It's inside the map. It's inside the map. This is odd over here, but maybe like a farm? A farm off there on the side of the map after you fix that bridge? Okay. Maybe a thematic build, and I think I might have said that before. It's kind of how I felt about this one. Is like you could make it, I think you could make it interesting. I don't know if I'd want to grind a city there. I think I would do it. How do I put this? Like maybe a creative build in a really small town that I don't have to grind up to unlock. Especially now that you have the countryside stuff, the European suburbs, regular suburbs, green cities. Like there's a lot of variation you can do with low density. And that might look good in a lot of farm assets, the country stuff, the farms, the industrial. So I think mileage varies a lot on that one. I think it is firmly in the middle. Like I don't think it's a bad recommendation. I just think there are stronger ones, and I think there are S tier that like we honestly need to check out. Lagoon Shore, I got to get loaded. What do we miss on resources? One of them did not have oil. That was Grand River, which, interestingly enough, was a trash tier in my mind. So convenient. We did Green Plains. We did Islands. We're not making any sacrifices at Lagoon Shore. We'll keep rolling. I really wish the loads were a little faster. I wonder. Maybe I'll go back and check how long we spent on loading screens tonight. Might be kind of interesting. It's going to be a lot. Like, what is the load time? It's at least... Is it at least a minute? It hangs for a long time. I'll just keep talking about it and like get a feel for how awkward it is that I'm talking about the fact that it's just loading. And in fact, technically you wouldn't know that because the screen is just paused, frozen, making you wonder if the game has completely locked up and hung. But no, that's by design. That is what happens on the PC version. And when they updated, remastered, and loaded the extra textures, you have lots more time for it to hang while it does that initial grab of all those files. When it eventually starts to load them again, the bird will start moving again. But you may notice he's still frozen. All this time I've been talking about it. Now he's going to kick into gear and the loading progress starts to move. I'm pretty sure we've been here for at least a minute because I need a drink of water, and I don't know if I can continue this for another 50% of this bar. It usually picks up speed at the end though, so that's the good thing, but I'm going to need a breath soon as well. I haven't really taken one. I took a quick little gasp of air right there, but I'm starting to run out, and I might pass out here if this game doesn't load much faster. It's getting really awkward to talk right now because, okay, no, I had to take a breath in there. I was going to completely run out. It's a really long process to load the game is my point, right? I had a lot of caffeine today. Might be making it seem like it's loading slower, but I don't think so. I think it's an awkwardly long time to load. What map were we in again? Lagoon Shore. Hey, that's an interesting layout. Okay, well, let's buy our... I wasn't expecting to go that way, but okay. Okay, so... very hilly. That's the other thing. Like, I think it's amazing. They actually did worse in Cities 2. Like the maps were so hilly at launch. I don't know if everybody remembers. I don't know if they fixed a lot of those. I think they made landscaping free though. As a result of it being just way too hilly. So where can we go to up here? So we have all this. That's great. That's snaking up into the mountains, and it's already on a pretty steep hill. I'm okay with that. This is bothersome right here. Oh my God, did you see that highway? I'm gonna turn. Brace yourself. That's a highway. Like, I don't know. How do you do that? How do you do that? And how do you not, you gotta go fix it. It just won the 81 tile award is what it did. That bothers me enough that you can see from pretty far away that like that shouldn't be a thing. If you can ignore stuff like that though, and my God, stuff like that. What is going on out here? Honestly, I'm wondering about the sobriety of the person that designed this. It's my God, okay. And we can't fix that. I don't need to look at it longer. I'm gonna throw it in 81 tiles because I'm sure it's a fine map. It's just not what we need. We're 25 tile hunting and it's not Lagoon Shore. Is it Riverrun? I don't know. Stay tuned. Wait through this awkwardly long loading screen. I should roll ads. Don't pay attention to them. Just turn the sound down, and like when the loading screen's done, the ad will be done. Just make some bank, you know. I wish I had a fake commercial to roll right now. That would have been so great. I used to produce them for my my wife's channel. She'd be doing like a Minecraft stream, and like she'd have a sponsor. It'd be like the store in town. Just try to take over the market. You have a lot of autosaves on file. Maybe they're bogging it down. No, this is remastered loads, right? You can only have so many save files. Roll the history lesson. Man, it would be fun to go back and try some of those builds in remastered, and just see how I can take that same thing thematically. But then again, like I think what we do is we find the best 25 tile map and find a way to incorporate a neighborhood from each of the builds, something from each of the builds, whatever it might be. I honestly think the one-way road split with the tram tracks is going to make it into its third city. Because it started in Plainville, I did it again in Meander, and I think I'm going to do it again because I'm particularly in love with the look of it. Come on, loading screen. Okay, that is a diamond. That is a diamond, all right. Where does it go? It's always a mystery which way the box is going to let me keep clicking. Did I rank the last one on the tier? I did, right? It's just been so long that... No, I didn't. Lagoon Shore. So what did we feel... That maybe it's a fine map if you have 81 tiles, probably. But again, it's not a thing that someone with 81 tiles needs to go and play. So maybe they are kind of wastes of time too. But we'll find out. We'll find out more. It's not the best ranking system. Okay, so we'll start over in this corner. This makes lots of sense. I like it. That is very wooded, but ultimately, that eats into a lot of what you'd build over here, anyways. Just look at that entire half of the map. You know, you're only building kind of down here. But what about this side? That's a much flatter highway trailing off into the trees, and I really don't mind that at all. I like that. I like that it's split down this river. Maybe the tiniest little mildest bit unfortunate that we can't get into that little nook there and put some far off weather station. This one is nice. What am I missing? Who built this? The highway's not that lumpy. There's not frustrating intersections at the edges, are there? Wait, hold on a second. Did we just find a you gotta build here tier? I'm totally okay with this. I was okay with all this, right? We just found a map. What is this, Riverrun? Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to build on Riverrun. Holy cow. We can redesign this, fix that up, give it a little lift. Oh, this is nice. Look, wait a minute. Just look at that. How have I not built here yet? That's kind of what I meant. That's kind of what I meant with the 81 tiles thing. I'm wording them funny. I still think, like I said, it's ironic because although those things would be best with 81 tiles, you've got other maps would be even better with 81 tiles. So it doesn't really. Fun because I think the starting tile has 2 highway entrances. It might, yeah. Right there. This is a good one. I really like the potential for this one. So this one is absolutely for certain going top tier for me. Let's load up Sandy Beach. Quit. If I'd known how slow this was going to be, I would have probably had some clips ready or something, but new game. And would have been prepared to like cut back and forth. We're still in base game. We are still in base game. That is crazy. Okay. Okay. Time check. It was 5 seconds past when the load started. So we'll see. We'll see how long this takes. First S tier map of the stream. I know. I really like. I don't remember seriously examining that with 25 tiles, and like it's odd that it's such a low bar, but not being frustrated by the edges of the map like is the deciding factor for me, because like it just doesn't make sense where you have to draw the line, especially on 9 tiles. So like with that expansion of 25 tiles. Some of the maps still aren't designed well for it. They cut off sections that like, no, I still want to build there. Even if it is like a tiny little, you know, country road and a single gas station, you know, like and a hotel, a motel or something like, you know what I mean? Like there'd be something up there. So it's just like, it always really triggered me like what you couldn't get to with the 9 tile limitation. So I think I put a harsher judgment on, you know, the accessibility of the map, because it's like, having played it on PC as well, like 81 tiles fixes that stuff because you can get to it all of a sudden. And it is frustrating for them to, you know, continue to not build those features into the game and need mods to do that kind of stuff. Riverrun is also the name of the village in Skyrim too, yeah? It is, indeed. Or there is a Riverrun, right? Wait, no. Whiterun? Hey, Google, what's the name of the town in Skyrim that you, like, first set up at? Whiterun. Maybe there's a Riverrun too. I don't know. But Whiterun is like the town where like the first dragon temple is. Okay, we are in. Let's see where our tiles take us. Interesting. I have a feeling that might be a little frustrating there, because the landmass looks very conducive to building, but it's lumpy, but we could let it slide. Thank God we can change this. This is yet another broken triangle that will jam up your entire network. This might be cool to put. It's a shame you can't get all the way up here, because I'd totally put some a bunch of water runoffs. Fill that thing up. So do you just not come over here? Like, do you just not build anywhere near those trees or up there? It's not a great map in general for building. I would do a really spread out build here, and even then, like, you would use this space where the trees aren't in theory, and there's this beautiful flatland over there. that you would totally build on. Because if you're kind of following the why? Why? Okay, so I don't know. I don't know if 81 tiles fixes this. I think it maybe it's very contextual. I don't know. I'm really torn on this one. I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan of the layout and like what it's kind of suggesting. I mean, again, like I guess I could have rethought my categories a bit better, because like I don't know if 81 tiles is the answer for this. Is it another just don't I don't know. Maybe I feel too harshly about that one, but I might put that one bottom tier again. I'm disappointed that we loaded that one because it cost us time. That was Sandy Beach? Time for Shady Strands. I told you know how long the load is. I said like, oh, it was 5 seconds past when the load started, and then I forgot that I was timing it and didn't go check my watch when the load finished last time. That's how long it takes. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm an airhead. So tier list wise, I'm throwing it down here. Like, honestly, like I'm disappointed that we took the time to look at that. I'm pretty sure I've built on this one. I think maybe it was a tutorial. Or like a very early city. Maybe I didn't record anything on this one. The Joja Admiral. Yeah, I wish I had that. I think it's on Apple's computer. The Joja Arid was fun. The what was it? The law firm with all the legal stuff and the horse falling off the bridge. No way, Jose. That was fun. That was fun producing that stuff on the side. I'm pretty sure that's when I was taking a break, and that was my creative outlet, was producing those commercials. The law firm one. I really like the law firm one. Yeah. But the Joja Mart, the llamas. So ridiculous. Okay, we are in Shady Strands. And again, I think I've built in this one, but I don't think I recorded it. Man, look at the trains over there. Guys, what are you doing to your own game systems? Like, seriously, they are jamming the train networks. I know it's a mistake that I made in my season 1, but I also like abandoned a build because like I couldn't use trains because it was just jammed on the edge of the map. Like, look at this. This is insane. Like, if you're using this to turn around 1 yard, sure, but if you're expecting AI to just go loose and like have fun, okay, they're gonna have fun over here waiting behind each other. Okay, so wish I could fix that, but like, okay, I could live with it. Maybe make this side a little bit better just to kind of, I could live with that side of the box is okay. We don't have to build over there. That's fine. Okay, I like the trees and the train looks okay heading off into the distance. That's going up a hill into the woods. That's perfect. This is great over here. Okay. Very manageable so far. A little lumpy out there, but again, good tree coverage. Lots and lots of tree coverage. Do we find another one? We basically have that to build on, right? Like, the left side of the river is not part of the map. And where do we go up to here? So basically everything you see right there. That's not a bad space. Kind of want to rewatch him now. I'll see if I can dig him out. But let me know if you find the streams, because I would always dig up play the clips here in a future stream. I think it was your Park Life series. That was Dust Bowl for Park Life. Yep. What is this? Shady Strands? Is this Shady Strands? Where's the picture? Where's the picture of Shady Strands? The V in the water there? Yeah, right here. Is that the spot right there? Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so yeah, I think that just became a top tier possibility for me. I like it a lot. There's nothing aggravating about it, which again is like, it's a shame that is a thing that can land you top tier. But I think that's maybe it's a strong contender. Riverrun was kind of beautiful. I liked it a lot. We'll see how much maybe Shady Strands gets moved. Right now, we need some stuff up there. We need to balance it out a little bit. Doesn't mean we can't change it. Okay. Two Rivers. And Two Rivers, if I believe, is the last of our default maps. So it's faster to do that, to go to the next tab and then. All right. Anyone have a favorite so far? Base maps. I know Adia's is Islands. I'm pretty sure mine is Riverrun. It's the only one that I felt had to be there. I think I could go either way on Shady Strands, and I think just because of that, I need to demote it a tier. Green Plains is here, not because it deserves to be a strong contender. I think its mileage may vary specifically, but I think for me it gets a bump because of the Plainville nostalgia and ultimately what would be a Plainville remastered build. Riverrun was good, right? Riverrun had vibes. I think Riverrun had some serious vibes that could be exploited. Lots of expensive parks. The two you have up were my go-to for building stuff and figuring out traffic and whatnot. Up top, Shady Strands and Riverrun were. I demoted Shady Strands, but we'll. I think there's going to be a couple top tier builds. I know one for sure. I mean, should I just put it up there now? I'm just going to put it up here in the very. Can I put it in the very top left? No, whatever. It's going up there now. We'll still load into it too. That's the thing. It's so beautiful. We got to go check it out. Shady Strands good where it's at. We're still waiting for the load. I want to go back. Wait, we got to do like a Discord night because some of it's going to get claimed. Or not, yeah, I mean, claimed is fine. It's not strikes or anything. But I really enjoyed some of the intros. Like Rosewood was one of my favorite intros. The VHS tape, the song intro rolling in, the text effects. Like, I don't know. I gotta get like the right swing of things going. Okay, what are we in? This is Two Rivers, the last of the built-in maps. So let's quickly buy. Come on. Oh, I'm trying to be quick about it, and sometimes it ends up being slower because I miss. Let's go right over here because I feel like this is problematic. See, that tree clearing, I think, is what does it for me. Because if this was full of trees, I wouldn't think like, hey, I got to build there. But now I do got to build there. I got to build something there. I got to put a vineyard, a golf course, a hotel. I don't know. Stop with the truck. Why? Why? Why are you doing that? Why? Why? It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
It's ridiculous. To be fair, I am also ridiculous. You know what though? I can't tell from here. That might be long enough to not cause the problem, but it's really difficult to say. Depends on the train, I guess. I don't know. I feel like that might be another breaker. Look at this one. Look at this one. That's 100% going to break. So at least we can fix that. At least we can fix that. But how do we feel about not going over to the roly-poly highway? I'm okay with that. That is unfortunate, but it looks like it might be big enough. That is lumpy. Nothing that a bunch of trees right here wouldn't fix. But can we swoop them over here in a way that doesn't make it look awkward? And even then, like, again, there's clearings in the trees. I don't know. It makes me think like it needs real estate development, especially if it's flat. And especially if there's a giant city over there. That's the thing that needs... trees and mountainous hills, or even just hills of the right type and curves at the edge of the map can really feather things off in a strong way. Or it can leave you wanting building more, and often it's the second one for me. So I think... So I'm sorry if the camera movement, it's faster to like zoom out and then zoom back in. I will try. I can't promise, obviously. I feel like it's another 81 tiles. Like, I think maybe it's a contender. Where's the line over here? It might be a contender. The train triangles. It's a contender. It's a contender for sure. We'll give it contender status. That's not bad. That's obviously better than the majority of the base game maps. We've had a couple that honestly were a waste. Some that are just totally not worth playing in the default game once 81 tiles is an option. And even in that case, like we're talking 25 tiles here. And I still wouldn't recommend these. So that's amazing map design. The fact that there are that there are 8 that I might recommend depending on what your build is, like that's not actually a bad showing for the base game. I mean, I guess when I put it that way, like, only, more, just over half the maps are usable. In a game that doesn't have a map maker is a weird way to put it, but like, it's a new thing, and You can't totally blame them for not understanding how it would be played. They were building a simulation game. People were going to build it, you know, as a detailer. Drop Riverrun top a different tier and move it back from behind Hanu. Oh, if I want to do that. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. If we just want to put Hanu up there to be nice and clear that that's not going anywhere. And this is my 9 tile recommendation as well. I love this map. It's so good. But I guess you have to be kind of in the mood for a Hawaiian islandy build. Like it's perfect for that. I wish there was a way we could tweak the assets a little bit differently on console, but what can you do? Hanu's so good. We're still going there. We're into Snowfall, an hour and a half. This is gonna be tonight and tomorrow night. Apparently, getting to all these maps. We can't give it an honest shake without at least looking at them. Man, crazy though. It's crazy to think an hour and a half into the stream, and we're just now getting to the first DLC. Appreciate everybody being here. I'm saving all this wear and tear on your consoles, not having to spin up all these maps. Hanu was the first map I started watching your live stream, I believe. Nice. Yeah, I feel like Hanu was one of the first live streams. I don't remember for sure. But definitely, I mean, Park Life was when I got the cities video, right? The Park Life stuff. I wonder, did anybody come here from the city's official? When I partnered with them to do the Park Life release videos. Today, tomorrow is 4 a.m. Whoo! Wait, 4 a.m. Where are you? Like Central European? And good morning. Although, wait a minute. No, you said Game of Thrones was filmed there, nearby. Where the hell did they film? Okay, now I gotta know. Okay, this is, what is this first one? The loads take so long. I have to go back to remember what the map was. It would be nice, AC, yes, if I named the maps, but think about all the extra time it would be pulling up the keyboard every time. I gotta stop doing the vote. I gotta wait to do the vote during the load. I just gotta remember to go back. This is Frosty Rivers. So the downside of this, I just realized the game radio is playing in the background. What year was Park Life official? I don't know. I would have to go double check. I think it's still up on their YouTube, but I don't know whatever year it came to console, right? So the downside of Snowfall, honestly, is the UI. Like, it's just so blinding bright all the time now. It's not just when you go in to the, you know, it is really nice at night, though, I will say. I think so. As good as it can be. So edge of the map, though, can be really tough to see here. Totally okay with that. Like, the woods coverage and mountains in these is generally pretty good. Like, you could build a little, oh no, you couldn't. I was gonna say you could build a little something right here and over there, but that's the edge of the map. So I guess it's okay, because like you could build here and you can't really see into that clearing too much. And I think maybe you can get away with more sparse builds on the Snowfall maps. This is not where I built, right? No. So what about over here? Is this, where's the edge is way back here. Okay, so you could build here. Okay. Little train network over there. Maybe a little ski resort over this way. It's okay. It's okay. It would definitely, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. But I don't think you have to build here. And I think snowfall, like, it's gotta be particularly spot on to want to build on a snowfall map. So I don't know which one's going to be the best on 25 tiles, but this is not it. That's not it. That's just not it. Yellow's your favorite flavor? Yeah, yellow snow. No, it's fine. It's farmland. You know what's on farmland, right? Farm animals. They pee and poop a lot. Okay, Frozen Shire. When I was writing up the thumbnails for this, I typed it too fast and I wrote Frozen Shite. I caught it before I downloaded it though. Which is nice. Because that's an indictment on the map before you even load into it, if it's just named Frozen Shite. Okay, well, that is loading. Frosty Rivers. I mean, I don't think it's a waste of time. Like, snowfall maps, like, not a lot of people make snow maps. So if you want to build on the snow, it's not a waste of time. I think it would be better with 81 tiles, but it's maybe not as offensive as some of these other ones were. So I'll throw it in the your mileage may vary. I won't yuck your yum. If you want to play on that with 25 tiles, absolutely enjoy yourself. It's just not my thing. I'm glad that, I don't know how it comes across on the screen, you know, especially if you're watching on mobile. But I hope that it's readable. It seems readable for me in these thumbnails. The park life icon, the snowfall icon, so you can tell what map pack or DLC those are part of. Okay, I'm gonna try and I might have to, like, how do I do this? Do I like quick fire reject some of these if I know ahead of time? Do I know ahead of time? I don't even know how well I know these maps. I know a handful that I've absolutely built on. And I know, like, I wonder, like, do I even load into the archipelago to dunk on it? Or do I just tell you that I think it's a waste of time and just, like, drag it right to that waste of time? I think I just drag it right to that waste of time. Because honestly, and how long do we have while this loads? We have a lot of time. And, like, in the time that it takes to load the archipelago, I would already want to be done talking about it and move on to the next thing. It doesn't have a lot of buildable space. Like, I think, like, maybe it's borderline one of those I shouldn't yuck your yum, but it's also like, if that's your yum, I think you should talk to a therapist. Because there's some deep issues there. And, like, it's okay, it's not your fault, but it's unresolved. This is already so unfortunate. This is so unfortunate because, like, look at that. There'd be a gas station up there. There'd be a ski resort up there. There'd be a little something on the side of the road. Who knows what? There'd be something. Because there's highway and trains here. I don't know, maybe not, but again, it makes it so, like, if that is sparsely populated up there, then this should be sparsely populated right here. And then at that point, like, when do you start moving people in? And where? If you're playing with the cheats on and you have later DLC, I could see using, like, what's like the ski resort one and the hotels, maybe some mid-century modern, like, this would be a fun map to do, tucking little neighborhoods in and things here and there. It's not horribly offensive what you can't get to, and I say that as we come up to this, like, where is that going? And, like, you could have made a tunnel and then not had to worry about plowing it. Because honestly, like, Where does that go to? I need to know, and we'll never get that answer with 25 tiles. But I think it's a... I don't want to call it a contender, but again, like maybe it's a thing where I shouldn't yuck your yum, and you could build a really cool ski village out of this one. I think you could, but like it's just not my thing. That was Frozen Shite. This is Icy Islands. Where were we? Here. So I don't think the tiles is the issue as much as it just being very concept specific. I think you got to play with cheats because it's not worth grinding a small town ever, in my opinion. And you need a lot of the DLCs to make but you could make a really fun thing. And again, we're considering this from a console perspective, right? What can we do with remastered? And we can't do assets or mods or things like that. So like, it'd be expensive with all the DLCs, but like you could make a fun thing there, I think. But I don't know if you could do it with just like the default base game assets. You'd have to let your kind of imagination really do a lot of the work if you weren't doing it with additional asset types and some of the later content creator packs specific for some of that. That was Frozen Shire, but like I said, I mistyped it earlier. Okay, so again, I'm going to throw Archipelago in there now. And like I said, like in just the time that it's going to take to load this, it's a series of, I mean, if you know what an archipelago is, you know exactly what the map is. It's a series of small islands connected in a chain, and it's a very annoying chain. And you should see the lumpiness in the highway. You can only imagine. And it's just, I don't know. It's not, again, I don't want to yuck your yum, but again, it's one of those, if that's your yum, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. And I feel strongly enough about that to still throw it in that category. This looks like an interesting starting square. What a starting square. That's one of the worst starting squares I think we've seen all night, honestly. Do you want to build on this tiny sliver next to the highway or this tiny sliver next to the highway where you have to make your own on-ramp? Well, thanks for all the choice. I don't know what to do. How about the one by the highway? Okay. All right, so over here, there's some beautiful farmland right there. But don't bother. That's much, so like already you start to see some improvement in the lumpiness in the design. Like they started figuring out mountains and I think there's a little bit more consistency at the edge of the map. And like that is not bad. Like I think in the real world that bridge would be elevated a little bit off of where the default road is. But it's not bad. Is there a little bit of a lump right there? There's a little bit of a lump there, unfortunately, but we could fix that. It's within the well within the bounds. But that's pretty good. Like they're getting better at this point. Now, are we okay not building over there? Sure. There's a lot of islands over here. This is okay. This is pretty good, but it's more of a concept build because you don't have the same buildable space with all the mountains. This is a tiny bit unfortunate, but like I do want to go explore out there and keep building. We're not getting fires, so this is what the devs thought was hot, apparently, in 2015. Put in another one of those triangles. Love them. Oh, they're good. They're the best part of the map. What secretly they're like in a meeting room somewhere, like, how do we mess with them so that the train systems break down over time? Well, if we build these really small triangles and put them on the edge of the map, they'll never know. They'll never know why their trains aren't working. Again, it's fixable though. It's fixable. And so far there's a reason for why we wouldn't build somewhere. And trees do a great job of that. And there's shipping right here. That's a big channel through there. That's interesting. So that's actually okay. You know what? Wait, is this side good? Hold on, I'm sorry. Are we good? We're good over here, right? We're good. We found another one. I think we found another one. Because if I'm going to do a snowfall build, it's probably going to be that. Wasting no time, heading right to Snowy Coast. Well, do we take a quick look at Snowy Coast, or do I... Actually, you know what? I don't know what it looks like with 25 tiles. I do know what the 9 tiles looks like, I can tell you. Sorry, I meant to ask, what's the best Cities 1 DLC in your opinion? For me, it's Industries. So I believe if I could only have one, the one that I have enjoyed the most overall is Plazas and Promenades. Because I do like the ability to control traffic flow and still have pedestrians walking around. It's, in my opinion, a better tool for managing traffic than mass transit is with the additional roads. I like it a lot. It complements well with mass transit. Like, they're all good, they're all fun, and they all build up on the game in their own way. But I wouldn't want to play it anymore without Plazas and Promenades, because I just really like doing pedestrian areas, especially around like sports stadiums, like a big downtown plaza with like maybe a couple giant skyscrapers from that DLC. I really love it, and I would miss it so badly if it was not part of my tool set. I've overused it in a couple builds, and I do intend to actually do a Greenwood 2.0 where I built like an entire island with quay walls around it, and it was all pedestrian and tram roads and like very minimal traffic. It was really interesting. I would definitely do something like that again. It was eerily quiet from a car perspective, but lots of people walking around, taking trams and walking everywhere. It was a pretty fun build, and it'd be nice to do that not in 9 tile limitation. Off to bed. All right. Sorry if I missed you. I'm sorry. I just saw that. But good night or good morning, and yeah, get some rest. Probably be back on tomorrow. We'll see what we get through, man. Okay. So this one. This is Snowy Coast. This is where I did Winterfell. So what does it look like with 25 tiles now? Is it a must build? Is it a ski resort town? I think being from the Northeast, I have an affinity for some of these snow maps. Good farmland here, which like you can make a little bit more sparse. It's by the trains. There's good like cutoff at the mountains there. I'm not horribly frustrated with the highways. Whoever did the highways much better than whoever was doing them in the first maps. It's totally okay that you can't build up into those mountains. That road's a little wild up there, but I'm okay with it. Don't build here at all, I would say, or something very small. Is this oil? Little farmland out here, I won't touch that. Probably wouldn't build over there, honestly, at all, because it's not a good spot to cut off, but this is pretty good. I kind of like the 25 tile version of this. It would certainly be interesting. I would come back here. You know, I'm already rethinking, like, is the Icy Islands a must build? I don't know. I don't know if I must build there. But then again, like, for me, the nostalgia factor of Snowy Coast and having done Winterfell there. Let me reload before I reminisce. I'm gonna reconsider those two while the next map is loading. Park Life favorite DLC? That's way up there too. But we could put that into kind of a different category altogether. So hold on a second here. That was Snowy Coast. So let's load up Winter Hills, the last snowfall map. And I'll reminisce and have plenty of time to do it while the loading is happening. 39, you tuned in. Thank you so much for hanging out on a Friday night or Saturday morning, wherever you might be. 40 now. Leave a like if you don't mind, if you're enjoying the stream. You can wait to make that decision, though. There's no pressure around here. It's not like a Minecrafty kid stream. Leave a like before you see any of the content. Who knows what's happening, but leave a like. But, you know, if you want to leave a like, leave a like. Park Life is a Maiden 2, definitely top 5. I would agree. It's tough. Like, you can kind of put the DLCs into a couple different categories, but like Park Life, Campus, Industries all really scratch that management itch. And I think that there's something that they did really well in this first game. Cities is like, I don't want to say it's a very beginner friendly to some extent. Like, people flock to tutorials for all sorts of things, but it's a relatively beginner friendly experience to management sims. Like, it's difficult to like completely tank a system, and it's actually pretty easy to make money with either campuses or industries, like Park Life, whatever you focus on. You could definitely bring in a lot of money for your city. So, and certainly if you want to cheese it, like, there's ways to do that too. So I think it's really interesting that, you know, there are some like that are very mechanics driven. And then there are others like, you know, mass transit, which is more about the roads and additional transport options. So I guess there's a level of management there. But, you know, there's definitely a lot of variation in what they did with some of the DLCs. It's unfortunate to see that kind of lack of, I don't want to say lack of creativity. Like, I'm sure there's still creativity coming out of the studio. But what is now a pretty obvious attempt to, you know, like, reboot the Switch for the money machine to sell DLCs and not understanding what made it great in the first place. Which is why we're here talking about City Skylines Remastered in 2025, because this is the best we're getting on console anytime soon. I just, like, for half a second, I was like, how far zoomed out am I that I can see from one side of the 25 tiles to the other? And this looks like a kind of a trash map. Like, just for like half a second in my brain. But of course, that's just the starting tile. That's some windy road there. Let's go check that out. If you're new in the chat, what's your favorite map? We're going through them all. I don't think we're going to get through them all tonight at this rate. The load speed is what is holding us back. So yeah, the highways got so much better. The highways got so much better in Snowfall, which I believe was the first DLC technically. I mean, there's what I was going to say Afterlife, but it's After Dark. This is okay. This mountain up here, there's a great reason you wouldn't build too far up there. I'm okay with that as well. That is a really tall bridge. That is crazy. That is a crazy tall bridge. Okay. I think I might like switch back this over here and like bring the highway. Switch back it, come here, and then come across the highway and connect more of a straight line. Yeah. Anyways, okay. I don't need to shimmy it all around to show you. This one's okay. That's disappointing. Right? That's really flat and open and such a shame that you can't build on. I don't know that this one is particularly exciting. I'm not seeing like the build that I would want to do here. I'm seeing things that I would like to fix, but I don't think it's particularly inspiring. It's falling under the should have been named I'm not going to yuck your yum category. But basically, like, it's situation specific. Prussian Peaks. We'll pull the tiers up on load. Let's check it. Okay. That was Winter Hills. Kind of uninspiring, honestly. I don't know if I was just burnt out on the snowfall maps. It didn't feel like a total waste. But maybe, like, it would be better if you could get to the edge of the map. Which at that point, again, it's not worth a remastered playthrough. Which is what we're focused on here. It's not a total waste. But not where we need to be spending our time, for sure. It's really these top three categories that we care about. Your mileage may vary. You may love some of those maps. They're just not the top of my wish list. And some of these are definitely affected by nostalgia, having built... What have I built on? We haven't talked about Hanu yet, but maybe we can load it when we get there, just take a quick tour. That one's worth time to load no matter what, even though we already know where it sits. But some of these are up there for nostalgia because I want to go back, having built on them a 9 tiles and the 25 tiles not being frustrating, have some of these maybe higher up on the list. But I think they're like Green Plains would be a really fun 25 tile build. But so far, like I'm pretty okay with the, how can you not build here? But I'm already feeling like Icy Islands because it's snowfall. And again, the reason that Snowy Coast might stay up here for a little bit, but I'll rethink it, is because, again, I built on it and I would build again to see what I could do different with 25 tiles. But already just like looking at the snow in this small of a thumbnail has me thinking like I'm already feeling a little burnt out on snowfall, just seeing that much of it. So I got to go with the map that I know I already love, and 25 tiles might be pretty cool to check out. And then, of course, there's the frozen shite down here. We're in. This is the first of the natural disasters maps. This was a fun DLC. I did a season 2 Let's Play, was a Green Cities city, and then natural disasters blew it up. There was a lot of destruction and a very unfortunate accident with an earthquake and a shelter full of people. March 20th, 2045. RIP. I already have seasonal depression like 6 months out of the year. I'm good. Yeah, you don't want to play in the snow. I get it. I get that. Okay. So that is a what? Okay, you don't build anywhere over here. Because, like, look at this highway. You get anywhere near this and you got to, like, remodel the entire thing. That's pretty crazy. That's so hilly and curvaceous. Is this a European thing that I don't know about? Like, do you do stuff like that over there? Is this what highways through the mountains look like? Because that is not safe. We would just, like, rip a gigantic tunnel or hole through it. Blow it up, maybe. Blowing up is a good option over here. We'd make room for the road. That just seems wild to me. So, like, I might rethink that bridge, right? Like, maybe we redo the bridge up there and maybe, like, sculpt this curve up here. But I definitely wouldn't build over there. And, like, look at how much of the map that negates. And then, like, would you build over here? Again, same reason, going up into that mountain. Like, we are literally sawing this map in half. before we even have a decent spot to build. And then like, look over here, like, okay, you got this mountainous terrain coming up here and you've got to stop at some point. Where do you build on this map? What is this map? Trash tier. That's what it is. It's trash tier. I apologize for wasting your time loading that map. This is another one that we're not even gonna look at it. Look at it. You can tell right now from that tiny little thumbnail, even if you're watching this on mobile, that that also belongs in the trash tier, which is odd that the Dust Bowl is also part of this map pack, because I think I kind of like this one. I could be wrong. I could be connecting it to Arid Plains in my mind by name and similarity of the thumbnail. Pearl Bay is definitely my favorite map. I've built 3 major cities on it. Okay, well, we're almost there, right? Isn't that Green Cities? That's the next DLC. So we are imminent. While this is loading, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I will be right back. Hydrate if you haven't hydrated. It's good for you. It's good for you. And I'm not gonna run an ad, but it would be kind of funny because we could probably run an ad and come back and still be loading. BRB. Back in plenty of time. I gotta see if we can add more emotes, AC. I'm pretty sure we can. Or at least update them. I don't know that we need to fix it later anymore, or the YouTube guy. Maybe, I don't know, maybe fix it later. Elmo definitely can't go anywhere, and Doug, I feel like those two are very important and need to stay. I feel like these two can go. Rum, an excellent hydrator. It's what the pirates used. Okay, so right away, let's get in here and see where they allow us. This looks like a very flat map. Oh yeah, no, I hate this already. I absolutely hate this already. Did I build here? Did I build here? Yeah, I did. And I hate it. So, this was a map that I built Springdale on. And Springdale was a gigantic city. So I kind of built like a New York City alternating one-way style downtown. And it didn't have good edges on a 9-tile map. But I kind of liked it, and it had a massive space for Central Park, and I was saving that, building that up, because I had to do videos for Paradox and CO. It was the first time I got commissioned to do work for them, and it was for the Park Life release on console, and I built a giant city here. Now, at the time, with 9 tiles, it was frustrating because, like, oh, you get this stupid piece of highway that, like, hooks into the map. What the hell is this? And do you bury part of it? Like, because it's like, this is so pointless. Especially on that flat of a road, like, why wouldn't you just connect from there to there? Why would you come all the way down here? It's like, it's not that big of a hill. And it's just like, there's not a cool way to hook into this. It's really kind of stupid. That right there is frustrating enough that I think we immediately put this on 81 tiles. Same reason here. Like, it's not that far down to that beach. Like, if you had a big city here, you would have stuff built up on the beach, even if it was private residences or you know, hotel properties. So the lines here are very frustrating, and I probably wouldn't come back here to build because of that. Like, it's frustrating enough that the edges of the map, like, I want to improve over what I did last time, and I'm still, it's not the 9 tiles that limited me, it's the fact that I can't go to that next tile over to fix that stupid highway. So even though I have a great connection with that map, I'm very fond of Springdale in a way. It was a big boost for my channel. You know, that helped. That definitely helped a lot. But the map itself, not really doing any favors. Arid Plains, I want to say, is another one that I built on, and I'm gonna have to check my sheet. Arid Plains is a mass transit map. Okay, so where were we just now? Dust Bowl. So, like, it's that highway is so not, like, it's an 81 tiles thing. Like, if you want to not hunt around for maps and play a base game map, or not a base game, but like a DLC map. Natural Disasters is a fun DLC. More essential on console than on PC, as it helps you unload cemeteries. Like, it's not a bad map. It would be way better on 81 tiles. It's stupid that you can't change that highway, or that they put that highway there at all in the first place. Like, that tiny loop of a lump to hook into is an afterthought in the design, unfortunately. They should have had like a interchange that came onto the map from there, if anything. I'm still thinking about Snowy Coast. Like, it's not a you must build here kind of thing, but it's a strong contender. So we've got strong contenders finally expanding here. Arid Plains loading up in the background. Are we there yet? Probably not. Maybe. Almost there. This one I definitely built on. This one was very early. Have I already given away too much? Did people want to guess while I'm buying the tiles? This was season 1. Does this predate Adia and Kung? Adia, I feel like you were maybe, you showed up during season 1, and were you there for like all of Green City season 2? This was Rockdale, which was season 1. A lot of 6-lane roads. There was some planning behind it. I feel like I'm going to be frustrated with the edges of the map on this one. And also just like, why can't we go all the way down to the coast over here? Like, you could be careful about where you build up to, but like, you know, like if you're using this, you'd want to go down there. If you're using this, you'd be building over there. So do you just not build anywhere near? Like, so you stay off of that hill and you just build down here? You could build a little further over this way. There's a train track that just ends there. That's interesting. They wanted you to have it. I feel like, you know, again, it's one of those things that like, I would even just have 81 tiles just to paint some trees and then take it away from me. Like, if there was more trees out there on the edge of the map, I'd be happy. It's not, you know, again, it's not horrible. I think you could argue that you could use it in certain circumstances, but it just is one of those things. Like, it's better with 81 tiles. Why, you know, like, where is your concentration of city? It's there. But like, why does it trail off? Why is there no port? Why is there no coastal road? That side's a little bit better, but it needs trees and it needs the tiles to be nudged over a little bit. I'm going to say 81 tiles on that one. Wait, no. Because did we even have creative arts in Rockdale? Now I kind of want to go double check. Was I using Green City's assets? Or did I do the Green Cities like when Green Cities came out? I can't even remember now. It was so long ago and so many episodes ago. 15 seasons. Like some of them have like 30 episodes. Okay, Arid Plains. We're loading Regal Hills. I wish you could remember these settings. That'd be awesome. So how do I feel about Arid Plains? Again, there's nostalgia there. There's a little bit of frustration that I can't get to those spots in the map. Again, I think it's on the fence. Like I think it could be an okay build, but not the way that I want. I want 81 tiles. I'm not probably going to go back there. I consider it if I run out of ideas, but there's other builds I would go back and do first, like a Plainville 2.0 remastered at Green Plains, way before I would do that. And even then, like the Your Mileage May Vary would be more interesting projects to me than going back to Arid Plains. It's okay. It's not a terrible map, but again, I think it's a more of a contender with 81 tiles. Irony that you have such a selection. That loading screen brings back memories right there. That one. Staring at that a lot over the years. Here we go. Come on, cranking right along. 43 you tuned in. Thank you so much for joining me this evening or morning or afternoon. Who's an afternooner? Anyone on the other side of the world? I realize I have it on Top Chat. I don't think it should matter that much. Is it? Is it hopefully not filtering anybody? But I've got it on live. Okay, here we go. And load. Okay. That we gotta go see that highway. I'm so curious what that highway looks like up close. Okay, so not perfect, but not unfortunate. Like what room do we have to put our city? We would build it here. I'd probably plant some more trees up there. This is okay. But that is like, it's so unfortunate that it's right there on the edge of the map. Because you can't really fix that. I shouldn't get in. I'm thinking about like, could I just prove it to myself? This is an interesting stream. What is this water source? What is that water source? It's just a water source floating on the side of a mountain. So this is okay that you have all this coastal area. Okay, so we just we wouldn't build over here. Maybe a little trade and farm up there. It's okay. It's not inspiring me. I think we can put it in the won't yuck your yum. I don't need to worry about it though. It's just not particularly inspiring. I wasn't seeing a city there. I was seeing spots where I shouldn't build a city. And just like the more I back up, like it just like, oh, it's fine as an untouched landscape. That was, what was that? Regal Hills? Right? Yeah. So 7 lakes. Okay. Regal Hills. It's weird. Like somebody could build something really cool there. And I think the new country assets combined with the cottages and hotels and Revo's mid-century modern, like really scattered across that map, I think you could do some cool things with it. But it's again, it's a mileage may vary. It's a very particular project that I think you'd use that map for, in my opinion. Am I way off base on these? Like, please yell at me if you like that. That's half the fun, chat. Chime in if I'm being stupid. It happens a lot. Just went back to season 1 Rockdale, several episodes out, and my first comment was episode 2. Crashing out of the high school. Wow, that is early on. Thank you so much, Adia. Like, thank you all for your support. Like, I really appreciate it. But it's crazy to think, like, what was I might have been recording that with a headset mic. And like remote play to Windows 10 to record it on the computer. Like that was setups ago. Made it work though. And here we are in 2025. When was Rockdale? 2019? 2018 at the earliest? Okay, this is 7 Lakes from Mass Transit. And then someone said Eden Valley was one of their favorites, and that's coming up next. This already, like I can tell, there's a lot of trees, which I like because it is an excuse for stuff not to be built over there. It's a reason all over New England. I'm okay with how that highway disappears off in the distance. I'm okay with the train fading off into the fog. It's amazing what trees can do, and you can only fix it so much because you can only plant trees to the edge of the map, right? You can't plant it beyond. So if there's a big clearing, it's crazy though. Like there's so many trees in this map. I wonder if you would be prevented from putting more trees down. Because there is a limit. There is a limit of like 250,000 or maybe 500,000 tops. This is great only because it's relatively flat. There's some nice water features. Is there actually 7 lakes? Like that's actually really cool. This is a pretty interesting space to build in, and I think because, well, I will say there's obviously no farmland here because it can't coexist with trees, so that rules out farming for sure. You'd have to import any kind of farming that you want to do. But if you want to have a forest industry town and a college town, maybe might be kind of cool. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's even like there's a Six Flags out here in the middle of the woods. You could do I think quite a few things with this. This is, do I put it? If is it strong contender, or is it a must? I don't know. Any opinion to sway me there, I'd be interested because I'm on the fence there. Like 7 Lakes may be a new I must check out at least. And at that point, if I'm thinking I must check it out, is that also my recommendation system to you? It might be. Maybe it's different. Maybe I'm disconnecting those two concepts. What would I recommend for myself versus somebody else? But Seven Lakes looks like a really cool one. Now, I'm thinking that I must build here, but the phrase that defines this is, how can you not build here? And I think it requires a stronger tier of map for that. I think this is really interesting, but it's almost a your mileage may vary, but it's so top tier your mileage may vary that I think we move it into the strong contenders. But I wouldn't tell you you have to build here. I wouldn't say, how can you not build here? How have you not tried a Hanu Island build? How have you not tried Riverrun? And I shouldn't say that because I haven't tried Riverrun, but I really like what I see there when we toured that one. So those are our top two. We haven't even got to Hanu Island. Again, I'm loading it even because it's that good. We're wasting the time on the load just to see it. Actually, should I not? It is really good, though. I loaded up Winterfell to see 25 tiles. I think I've seen Hanu on 25 tiles, but it might be cool for those of you who haven't seen it to reconsider what we can do now, because the island was very accessible before, but now so are the coastlines to some extent. I don't know if we've got time. Like, we're not going to get through it all tonight, right? Like, what do we push for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is 48. If we can get down, if we can get through Sunset Harbor tonight, we could split the rest tomorrow, I think. The goal is to try and get to through Sunset Harbor tonight. And I can tell you what the last map is already. It's better than it sounds. But can we do that? That's a lot. That's a lot. It's a lot of maps. If you can stick with it, I'll stick with it. Let's struggle bus, everybody. We can do it. We can do this. Are we loading Eden Valley? Is this Eden Valley? It looks a lot like a valley to me. What is the Eden Valley picture? It's unfortunate it doesn't tell you the map it is in. Eden Valley's got kind of that curvy river right there. We have a curve. Is this a curvy river? Oh yeah, it's a curvy river. That's the one. That's the one. Can we go all the way down to the coast? Ooh. I'm going to be mildly disappointed, and I feel like this is already an 81. I'm going over that coastline to the north. That's the one that's concerning me already. Because, like, you're going to build up a city, maybe a metropolis, maybe 100,000 strong. Maybe you're pushing the boundaries of what console can do, and you're going to 300,000 or 400,000. Why are you building here, but not in that beautiful flat green space by the water? That is also so flat and so tree-free that, like, okay, if you're not building over there, why are you building over here? Or over here? Like, you have to completely redesign the terrain, and it's just so clear up there. It's so crystal clear, free of trees. It's even flatter than this coastline here. 81 tiles. We can't, like, we got to get through these, and there's some of these that we don't need to necessarily full on review. We need to cut our losses and say it's not trashed here, but it's also not, I don't want to say it's not worth the load. Like, you may love it, but you should love it with 81 tiles and consider other maps if you're, I feel that, like, that was somebody's favorite though, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, this is very subjective. Because you may love it, but I find those, I don't know. Am I too picky about the map edges? It's not just me, right? Paying attention, but I'm loving going back to your early videos. Santa Rica is actually when I finally caught up and caught them as you uploaded them. What a time to be alive. Well, that was ridiculous, yeah. That was fun. I couldn't maintain that pace forever, but that was entertaining. What is that the map that we're loading? Actually, hold on a second. Okay, so Eden Valley. It's a mileage may vary. I find the edges frustrating. But you could definitely do something with it. It's not you must have 81 tiles. But I don't think personally it's a strong contender for a best 25 tile build. Like they got to be something special, and even then the strong contenders I would slot it in behind them. Okay. This is, what is it again? I just had it up. It is Garden Rivers. Garden Rivers. Imagine if I could have prepped this all ahead of time. If there was enough space to have 92 save games on your Xbox. Okay. Initial highway. Relatively flat and simple. Super frustrating already because look at this. Like, highway interchange here. Are you building anything near it? Because, like, you would be building out there. And out there. It's so flat and tree-free, and it's near the water. And you can build here, but you can't build there. This one is I think a particular offender. Like, I could see Eden Valley being okay, but this is just like, I so want to. Like, how much time did this take when you could have been? What is this? Is this messing around with brushes? Is this intentional? Is it? I feel like this is somebody that like sketched out a mountain and never finished it. I was gonna say 81 tiles, but what is this? If you can convince me that this is like an intentional design, I won't throw this in trash here. What is this? This is a mistake. This is a mistake. This is not an intentional design. This is something they forgot to finish. I'm kind of shook. Right? Am I like, it's not intentional. Is it? Somebody tell me this is intentional and I won't disagree with you. But right, they forgot to finish this. They were like, "Oh, don't worry, no one's going over there." Until you give them 25 tiles. And then they can see your handiwork on the mountains. Is it supposed to be crop circles and I'm just not getting it? I don't know. Okay, we're out of here. We're out of that one. Okay, we'll load up real quick and check out 25 tiles at Lavender Lake. It's the only Green Cities map left, so I bet some of you know what it is. In fact, I think, did Adia just say it? Garden Rivers was not. It is Wait, is it Lavender Lake? Wait, did I get it wrong? Hold on, I wrote this down earlier. I wrote these down earlier. It's Garden Rivers. Garden Rivers was Santa Rico. Garden Rivers was Santa Rico. You're right. I missed that. I feel like Lavender Lake is something. See if you remember what Lavender Lake is. I won't say. I'll unlock the tiles and cruise around the lake, which should be a big hint on its own. Okay, so we were, well, that's loading. We were at Garden Rivers. Wait, did I just rank that a trash tier? Because of the edge of the map? Am I hallucinating? Did I say that about the Santa Rica map? Am I not doing a Santa Rica 2.0? What just happened? What just happened? Did I take one of my favorite builds and look at the map in 25 tiles and see it so obviously unfinished that I'm ready to throw it out now? I've got to reconsider this. I can't. I'm mildly shook right now, actually. I don't know. I wasn't expecting to feel that way. It's confusing. I thought for sure I would have liked the map better, but I didn't even realize what it was until I loaded it up. And now I'm thinking, like, was I too harsh on it? Was I too harsh on Santa Rica? It needs a remastered build. Apparently, I'm not a fan of the map. It's that corner. It looks so unfinished. It's mildly frustrating. So I would hope some of you remember this lake. This is Rosewood, the greenest city that you've ever seen on my channel, at least. I remember being frustrated with this highway just off the map. Where is the map boundary now? Okay. So it's still unfortunate that is wide open. Like, that's very frustrating. But if we look at it from down here, we could re-engineer that highway, and then we could plant trees down this ridge pretty thick and connect them up over here with these conifers. And I think you can pad that edge of the map very nicely. Like that's an easy one to fix. So where can we go over here? I probably wouldn't build up into those mountains. Is this a shame that we can't? That's a crime. That's a crime that's not buildable part of the map, or at least covered in trees. Again, like I said it before, I'll say it again. Trees can save the day on the edge of the map. I wish more map makers realized, like, it makes it look like there's a reason. It's that area is forested. Like, it wasn't cut down yet for human expansion. Like, it's a great excuse to artificially border a city, and I wish more map makers did that. So am I ready to throw it out? Not necessarily. Like, again, we could build a tree line here to separate that, but then, like, I'm pretty much at that point constraining myself to the space that I did in the 9 tiles, honestly. Like, it's not that different from what I did in the 9 tile build if I do that, which is kind of wild to think about. And I would probably do the same thing here, connect these trees across to give it the impression that it's a little bit more separated. So I think it's extremely savable, and there's a lot of nostalgia here for me. I would like to come back and do that, a rebuild of that, but I don't know that it would be that different in terms of the scope of what I originally built on 9 tiles. It like doesn't feel like there's a lot more room there. Park Lifetime, which is a really fun DLC to mess with your Sims. There's the amusement park, of course, which is, I think, cool aesthetically. I also like the zoo a lot aesthetically. Was everybody here for the fire last night? Did we get AC, can you clip the fire from last night? Were you here for that? When Meander, the entire zoo and park was burning. Who was here for that? I need the clip of that. I forgot about that. That's one of the most horrific fires happened last night. And thinking about the zoo and the park for just a minute brought back horrible memories. Thank you. I appreciate that. We should watch that during one of the loads. I think AC's on it, Kung. She's only missing loading screen, so either way. Yeah, so we were loading up some different cities last night, or I was playing mostly Plainville, and decided to load up Meander, which was my first big 25 tile build that I did on the channel. And we're just looking around, and I'm thinking like, oh, you know, one of the things I would remodel is the island over there where the zoo and the park is. There's a metropolitan airport. Like, I kind of wanted to just like blow it all out, move the parks out, and like do an actual airport. And then I turn around to go look at it, and like it is on, like every tree next to the road, every single tree, the entire strip is on fire, and like everything burnt. We lost a gift shop, incredible tree fire. A lot of buildings were burnt but put out, but we did lose a gift shop. We made up for it by putting in even more gift shops to part people from their money. Okay, no, not radio, not radio, not radio. Come on, I'm going too fast. Okay, did we rank the last one? I feel like I forgot. We're 2 behind, aren't we? So, that's weird. I thought I did those. So Garden Rivers was the Santa Rica one. Definitely a mileage may vary one in retrospect for 25 tiles. I might bump it up to strong contender because I would consider rebuilding there. I think a better contender, a strong contender, is Lavender Lake, because that one, like, I think you could do minimal fixes with some trees to pad the edges and feather it off much better. And I think that's a really strong build you could do on Lavender Lake. It's a very cool map, and I enjoyed it a lot. We are now into the park life maps, and we already threw Hanu up at the top, which is why you only see 4 there. So this one here, Cavern Coast, I believe. I think I just wouldn't build anything over there. Maybe you build a little something down here in this clearing, possibly. But I feel like we're already like, it's a very spacious map. I wouldn't want to build anything big here. I would want to revamp this highway, because what the actual F? Pinged in Discord? Suspiciously quick? Yeah, exactly. He's responsible for the fires. He watches back his own footage. I know it. So like this is another consequence of a map that we saw earlier. I'm going to get us out of here very quickly, because it's a landscape that I don't want to touch. I don't see where the city goes in that one. Like I don't feel connective tissue. I don't feel like an energy that makes me want to build there. This makes me want to build. And even though the load time is atrocious, this is my top tier 9 tile map. And I just want to cement where it lands in the 25 tile. So if you want a good map for 9 tile base cities, let's say you're playing unmodded for whatever reason, you don't want any mods, or let's say you're playing on a console on the original OG, not remastered version, and you're limited to 9 tiles. In that case, Park Life is one of the best DLCs because it has one of the best 9 tile maps. What did I do? I did this in a live on console, and then later came back to it to do it on PC modded, and I had a really fun time with it. It was right around the time that I took a break for mental health, though, so it trailed off, unfortunately. But that was a fun build. Although just with many modded builds that I've had, it was a computer ago and a motherboard ago, and I never got the mods working again, so I never got it loaded right again. It is a very unfortunate side effect of modded cities. I've had a ton of problems over the years. It's been a decade since the game came out. Like, they remastered Skylines. Well, they did for that. It came out in 2023. It's on consoles remastered, so it's the PS5 and Xbox One X versions, basically. But they came out in February of 2023, the month before they announced CS2. A slew of mini fires tonight? I mean, it's weird. We haven't seen any yet, so that's good. So it's obviously people that caused them. So this is Hanu Island, and if you want a Hawaiian themed build, that is there. Now you could make a case for maybe coming onto the island, or you could have like your own private island here or here. But right, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 8 times 2 is 8. And let's say here or here is 9. Or if you wanted to, you could come buy a tile on the mainland and like, I think if you get either of these, you have full access to the highway interchange. Maybe not in the top left one. Definitely if you buy the top right one. And there's also train tracks on the right side. So if you like wanted more room to make a station over here, you could do a little landscaping. But that's like, it's a really good 9-tile build. If you don't want or can deal with this train, maybe it's just enough for you to like, build a little interchange to bring the train into your city. This is a really fun build. The mountain is really what makes it. So if you want to do like a Honolulu style build, this is the map. So you could build like really dense residential up into, like halfway up the mountains, and then build your big hotels and commercial strips down along the outside edge. And I know when I did the PC version of Hanu, I did not regard traffic at all because Honolulu has notoriously bad traffic. But that's a 9-tile build. What can we do with 25? How much more room do we have, and how much better does it make it? So you don't have to decide about the islands. You could even make your own. There's a lot of space out there. I don't know where the ships are, but this takes good advantage of the trees. There's a reason that your map would trail off there. There's an excuse for it. This is very hilly, and you could just not build up into this space. That would make a lot of sense as well. Same thing over here. You could even just get to this abandoned factory, which is kind of a cool spot. So the coastal highway on that side is cool. You have all the islands to access. And then over here, you've got plenty of room to hook into this train. And maybe even build a little something up here. Again, like the fact that there are trees everywhere helps. But that is not a road. That is a roller coaster. So, definitely stop, down here somewhere where you wouldn't see that, because that is insane. This is the only kind of unfortunate part, that you can't go a little bit further down this road, and this is a little ugly. But it's also far enough away, you could rebuild this interchange, you could hook into the train. This is a really good... I think this is a really good map. This is a... What do we got for cinematics if we don't have anything built? Just Edge of Map Fog. It's an old friend around here. If you haven't seen it, you'll welcome it many times in the future, I'm sure. There we go. It's a beautiful map. I highly recommend it. To quote Ferris Bueller, if you have the means, I highly recommend picking one up. And by that, I mean the Park Life DLC. It's worth it alone for that map, in my opinion, especially if you've ever wanted to build Honolulu-inspired. Surprise, surprise, the map's called Hanu. But that's my top tier recommendation so far for 9 tile and for 25 tile. I would consider building on it a third instance here technically on the channel. Let's load up Mountain Meadows and then I'll catch up on the sheet. Okay. Tiers wise, how we doing? Are we caught up? We already put Hanu up there. Dang, I forgot where I put Cavern Coast. It was just not inspiring, right? It was one of those ones where I wanted to leave it. I just wanted to leave it as nature, and if I don't even feel compelled to touch it, it's not an 81 tiles that fixes it. I don't think it's a mileage may vary fixes it. I think it's a don't. Like, there's just better options. And I'm sorry, but I think we can afford to be that harsh, especially since we have to get through so many. It's 11:46. Oh my God. This is going so much slower than I thought it was. I thought we were going to get through the list tonight. I did not remember how slow the loads were. Jay Murray, I appreciate that. Just having fun with it again. It might be partially mentally health related. I was diagnosed with bipolar, so it's my depression, bipolar 2. I don't mind talking about it. I think it's good to talk about it. So I do have still like those mood swings, but I am on things that help me stabilize and make them not as extreme. I've had like next to no depression for a couple years now, which is awesome. I think managing the hypomania side well, but this could be that. I don't know. Maybe that's why it's fun again. But I like to think it's just because I got sparked by the creative energy again, and there is still, I think, some fun to be had in this first game. I think unmodded Cities 1 is better than anything you can do on Cities 2. I just don't think Cities 2 is a fun game at this point. This map is already going to be frustrating because it's so devoid of trees that, you know, like, if you've been here for more than 5 minutes, you've heard me complain about it. Like, it makes no sense that you would build here but not here, and trees so solve that problem. This might be an 81 tiles because I think it's a good looking map, but we wouldn't get anywhere near there. Maybe you'd have a little like farmland off of there. So actually that's a lot of good farmland. A lot of good farmland on that side. Like, this is a great farming map. Maybe you could connect trees from here to here. I would definitely put more trees in the map, but you got to be careful where you do that because you can ruin your... That's just unfortunate that like, that's so perfect for building waterside. Like, it would just make sense. It's going to go in the I'm not going to yuck your yum middle ground, but we don't need to waste time on that one. It's just not, it's not grabbing me. Thank you for the support. Appreciate that. Go to the resource tab to see the forest industry. Oh, I could. I'm sorry. I could have. I jumped out. Let me load up. What's next? I owe you a clip, don't I? Hanu Island. Was that Mountain Meadows that we just looked at? Did I load in the correct order? Right. Somebody could. That was Mountain Meadows, right? I won't go here yet. Hold on a second. Okay. I don't know. What are we? Are we mileage may vary on that one? It's a farmland. It's for somebody. It's not for me. It has its purpose. It would be pretty cool. It is a decent looking map overall. But you really have to consider the borders there. Okay, so load the next one and then I'll grab that clip. Bring that down. Pine Rivers. Okay. Where is this clip? Okay, the fire. Okay, here we go. Let me pull this tab back up. This is, so I'm just like, we're just hanging out. We're just doing we were playing some Plainville. I decided to load up Meander and poke around for like 2 minutes. And like, don't even finish looking around at the map. And then this happens. Let me pause. Where's my... Sorry, I got so many windows open. I might consider a fourth monitor soon. Okay. So if I open this here... Yeah.
What the heck?
So there's it's a Rager, right? Oh, that's some fire mouse. Oh yeah, big deal.
We're like 10 seconds and there's fires bursting out.
Big deal.
I also like, I don't know. What the heck? What the heck?
Oh, that's hot.
It's a good one.
Hot.
I was gonna say, like, maybe it's time to redo this area.
It's so much fire.
Oh man! Oh man! Oh man!
So much
The
fire.
the monorails are on fire. Oh, what the hell? Meander did not disappoint. Oh my god.
Oh my god, Elmo is right. Elmo is right. That's
What the heck?
Yeah, I know. You think it's like when I tell you I got a fire clip and that's the fire at first. Like,
We're here like 10 seconds and there's
that's great timing to
there's
intro with
fires
that
bursting
gung.
out. I also like, I don't know. What the heck? What the heck?
It's so good. It's so good. That was such a fire. It burned every single tree surrounding the zoo, and we lost a gift shop in the process. It was intense. This is some serious river network. Okay, and then play. All right, where are we at? This is Pine Rivers. It's an appropriate name. So a really interesting landscape. A very interesting landscape. The trees aren't dense enough for me to create that separation, but it's every map can't be covered in trees everywhere. I get it, but can we find a good edge? And I was gonna say not that kind of edge, zoomers. But we don't have to get into inappropriate territory. Even though we already did. So like this is really weird. Like look at this highway. First of all, I'm not complaining. It's okay. It's a windy road. Like I think this is a mileage may vary kind of build. This would be a cool country roads and farms and really small town vibe. I don't see a big city here. I don't see anything that's horribly frustrating on the edge of the map. I think you just need it to be very, very sparsely populated. It'd be interesting to have some some shrimp boats going through here. Where's the fish? Really? No shellfish? That's unfortunate. I think you can modify the terrain to create conditions that will cause shellfish. Maybe it's gonna be deeper. I don't know. So it's not like it's nothing. It's middle ground. It's middle ground. I see only one specific thing I can do with that, and something that's limiting like that. It's not best tier. That's all. That was Pine Rivers. We're gonna load up Winfield to round out Park Life. Anyone remember Dave Winfield? Not Windfield, but Dave Winfield. I don't know if there's any old baseball heads like me. I stopped caring years and years ago, but man, when I was a kid. Okay, so where was that last one ranked? Pine Rivers. middle ground. It's not terrible. I don't think it's a particularly strong contender. I think it's a niche map for a certain purpose, and that's okay. It's okay to have those things, but we're looking for the best. Is it Winfield? I don't know. Stick around and find out. Gonna have to be waiting for a bit, though. The load time's atrocious. Dave Winfield was a Yankee for many years. I don't know who else he played for. But he was playing like 70s into 80s. I'm born in 78, so like I was big into baseball as an elementary school kid. So like if baseball like mid 80s. And really actually I loved baseball for a very long time. It's not that I don't love it, it's I don't make as much time for it as an adult. But growing up as a Red Sox fan in the 80s, my God, like that will test you. Because it's nothing but disappointment. And to be fair, like from what, like 1918, it was nothing but disappointment for 86 years. So it's tough to be. I imagine it's a lot easier to be a Yankees fan. Like it's easier to be like, oh, I'm going to root for this team that kicks the crap out of everybody in their gigantic stadium and fancy pinstripes with all the money. But like, you know, watching the Sox growing up and just like them constantly letting you down and then coming back for more. It's an odd abusive relationship. Mets fans know too. So you don't have to leave New York to know. Mets fans know too. Although to be fair, they beat us in '86, causing one of those traumatic events in my childhood. That's ridiculous. That's the worst one yet. How many DLCs in are we at this point? And that's what they're doing with the trains? They haven't figured this out yet. How? Automatic demotion. If it was otherwise the most perfect map in the world, even though we can fix it, I can't. Why? And why still this? This is park life. We saw the improvement in the highways in Snowfall. We'll get that person to do, like, they should be carving out railroads by now under the highways. Or at the very least, right? Like, even if you don't do that, you do this. You raise the terrain up around either side of the, right? Around that, and then you slope it. You have these tools. You're a developer. You have better versions of these tools than we do. You know what I mean? And you slope it up. And I could do a little bit better job of this. We don't have the time for this. It's not really important. But you know what I mean? Like, that would make more sense if this was kind of carved out for the road to go under the railroad, maybe. And you could do it the opposite way and change the highway. But like, that's something where you don't even, like, you can make that awkward thing over the highway. And then as long as you slope it accordingly, like, let's. So just to the point where we're getting like too much there. Okay. From there, and then we start like all the way back here where there are awkward bridges. And you know what? We could even raise it up a little bit more, I guess, here. Smooth it out. I'm not supposed to be doing this right now, but this is ADHD basically. I need to prove a point here. And I think we can do it. Maybe not. We could probably do it if I took more time. But you can kind of see what I'm getting at. Like, that already, it needs more work, but like, come on, that already looks better than that. You know, it doesn't take that much to make an improvement. Anyways, automatic demotion. This is a great little spot over here. I guess you could see why you'd build and why you wouldn't. But oh my God. Okay, never mind. Look at that. What is that? Hi, baby. Sorry. I happened to yell like right when she walked up behind me.
Look
What?
at your Discord for a second.
Oh no, what's up? Oh, no way! She got a Switch! A Switch 2, I should say. It'll be here tomorrow. That's wild. We were able to get one.
Walmart, they're doing
Walmart
right now if you want one.
Walmart. They're available on Walmart if you're looking for one. Okay, that is that off map? That's off map going in the trash tier. Absolute trash tier. What the hell? You can't like, and that's the thing, like that's the thing that is so frustrating as a console player, that you don't have tools to fix this, and they just dangle this stupidity right off the edge of the map. Move the stupidity over here where we can fix it. Don't do the stupid over there. Do the stupid over here. We don't need a lot of time to debate this. That's just going down here. Industries. What this one is, I forgot that I really enjoyed Industries until I started messing around with Industries in Plainville. I enjoy it. I like the mechanics. I got to go back and like rebuild the zone and make it look good. But for the most part, like I do have fun with the mechanics. Haven't decided to switch to yet. The last one, only bought the last one for Animal Crossing. Yeah, I get it. Well, we're excited to do some Mario Kart, but for that you need a third Joy-Con, so you need a second set of Joy-Cons at least, or we do. I mean, it's worth it. It's good fun. I'm sure the 2 will be. If anything, I wonder if the 2 will be less comfortable because of the size. It's approaching the Switch, the Steam Deck rather, and like that's a little bit less manageable for, you know, a small kid. I guess my daughter's aging with the Switch as well. She could be 9 this year. She can handle a bigger Switch. She'll be fine. 54% building area. Was it the one we're loading into? Is 54% building area? Wait, new build is on which map? Am I behind on chat? Or is the one we're loading into? What are we on? Green Peaks AC? Is this what you're doing? Yeah, I don't know what I got a Switch Lite for, because I bought it with the intention of making time to play Zelda Breath of the Wild, and I still to this day haven't played it. And I think the ultimate irony is, like, I got it on the Switch Lite thinking like, oh, I'll play it in bed here and there. And what really motivates me to play some games is to share it. It's weird, like, because if I'm just sitting here playing games by myself, I'll do some tried and true. I'll play Battlefront. I'll do Sea of Thieves, Halo. I'll just play the same loop. Something about sharing it, I can get in a different space. That highway is weird. That's very rigid. So this is an Industries map, huh? They haven't figured out highways yet at this point, which is interesting. I mean, it's an improvement over the first, like, the built-in maps, but like this is the highway interchange object, you know? Like, that's the thing. It's a little bit smoother, which is nice. That's pretty slick. And I guess, you know, like, you wouldn't zone anything out there necessarily. That kind of makes sense. A lot of farmland and some good trees and cut off at the river. This is interesting off on the edge of the map. You could tweak it if you wanted to, or leave it. Train connections. I like the mountain terrain. The bridges by default aren't half bad. This one's actually pretty nice. You got shipping over here. How do we feel about not being able to build? Not being able to build on the edge of that is not a big deal. Not being able to build closer to the lighthouse there is a little frustrating, but I think it's something you could fix with trees and not building on that side of the train tracks at all, maybe, except for like a port here or on this side, that side, and keep this the beach. How are we over here? We're okay. That's not bad. That's... I think you could break... I think you could make that look a little bit better, but it's also not... It's not that offensive. And again, maybe trees from here to here would fix that. Kind of hide it a little bit. This is pretty good. I like this one. It's a mood. This is the one that AC's building on right now? This is great. This is a good one. I like this. So keep me updated on this one. I'm intrigued. I think this is really weird, and I would probably change this up. That highway is very weird. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't connect this much more directly across this peninsula and leave yourself a lot more room. That's something that I would recommend, is like straight shot this highway and give yourself a ton of room over there to develop. I don't think this highway needs to be in the middle of the space, or there could be another split off. I like this though. This is a very cool map. I'm going to put this in the strong contender category. I think it deserves a deeper look. Wait, did I not unlock the tiles on that one? No. Did I not unlock the tiles on that one? I unlocked the tiles on that one. Okay, Green Peaks, Marble Canyon. We'll get this loading. You're gaslighting me. I unlocked the tiles. I missed the whole row? Oh, I still like it. I don't think that an extra 5 tiles would throw it into top tier for me. But I think it's definitely strong contender category. It's something I need to go look at again. Which strong contenders is something I'm going to do for sure. I think even to some extent that I would entertain the mileage may vary. These have useful projects that you could do. I just wouldn't play any of the ones in yellow on remastered, limited to 25 tiles. They're frustrating disconnects, or some that are just like absolute no-brainer. Don't waste your time on console. Which again is the big perspective here. You can track water by the lighthouse? Okay, well, like I said, I wasn't frustrated, because like if I'm frustrated with it, it's a mileage may vary or 81 tiles automatically, and I could totally get down with what was happening there. So even if I did miss a row, like I said, it doesn't. There wasn't something there that throws it into the. I would recommend everybody give a city a shot there. But strong contender is not a bad place to be. It's a strong category. There's some good maps here. There's some good, there's memories, there's moods, there's all kinds of stuff happening there. We are on Industries Marble Canyon. Okay, I'm going to be careful here. I'm going all the way out. I'm going all the way over. I'm going all the way over. And then I'm going to fill it in. Just leave that one. Okay, starting tile. This is kind of like it, because I like to play them legit. I'll consider them for creative builds, but like you're starting here, which is interesting. Somebody did a build here. It was either very early egg or very early city planner, I think, used this map. I'm pretty sure, because I remember seeing like something built there, like a mall or a parkway. It's bringing back memories, but I don't know of whose build. Did forget the row with the water? Okay. File it in the stupid clips of me. Okay, where can we go and where can't we go? That's one of the most important things that can make or break our map. So, oh, we're gonna tease you. It's right here. Would you like to modify it? Nope. Look at it. Take it in. Breathe it all in its mightiness. Oh, enjoy yourself. Here's another triangle. Oh, fuck yourself. What the hell? I don't know. That might do it for me. That combination right there. That triangle with that bridge. It's not a so like I would build down here basically on a very high awkward cliff. I hesitate to say that this is a good use case app. I don't know that there's a good use case for that map. I don't know where you would apply that. There's so many more maps worth considering. Somebody was excited about Pearl Bay. Are you still in the chat? And I apologize for not remembering who said these. There's a lot of maps and a lot of things spinning around my head right now. The devs love the little triangle to break your trains. And honestly, this many DLCs in, somebody's trolling. Somebody's legit trolling. Trying to figure out why you have 100 icons about products. Yeah, right? Once you have Industries DLC, you can fix a lot of that with a single warehouse of goods set up to fill in somewhere near the vicinity of those shops that are having problems. It works really well. Might even be required with the new game logic if you have Industries installed, or post Industries update even. I think I'm behind one on the sheet on the tier list. That train was so frustratingly ugly that 81 tiles would fix it, but it doesn't fix my mood. And I just don't want anyone to even look at it. I'm very upset with it. So much so that, again, there's better ways to spend your time on 81 tiles than that map that already wasn't. And like, meanwhile, there is somebody that lives on a cliffside. Like, you know what? I bet Rich would probably love building there. That's like a Rich map. That's like you live in the mountains of Scotland and want to build a hometown, like up on the cliffside, where if you misstep you die. I could see that, being a use case. But other than that, that's about it. Pearl Bay. Nope. I really thought we killed the time there, but Pearl Bay is loading any second. Jump right into the tiles. Because we can look around, but if we can't get to where we want to get, I like that. That's an okay. From overhead, this is promising already. Let's go look at that main. This thing. This is. Is that the standard cloverleaf, or a variation of it? It's just a standard cloverleaf. We're in Industries and we're using standard cloverleaf. It's not great, but it's not a single triangle that breaks things. So that's a step up, honestly. The hill is relatively steep, but mildly frustrating that you couldn't like make a little plateau and a little spot up here. I think would make sense. But I guess you could get around it. That's a little weird that you wouldn't build there, because again, where do you bring the line back to? Where do you build? You got this look at this infrastructure. You'd have stuff built up over here. And if you have stuff built up over here, you'd have stuff built up over here. It wouldn't, like, it's ridiculously massive infrastructure to not have stuff over there. So how are we over on this side? That's not as bad as the last map. That's much better. And then you've got this whole coastline to play with. You wouldn't go out on those little islands. That's fine. You've got more, like, look at all this beach space. That certainly is great right there. I think how you feather it off, especially over here, is kind of key. And maybe, again, bring the trees across. I think it's a powerful technique that you can leverage when you don't have access to the outer tiles, is you can make your own tree lines. And maybe there's a clearing up there, but it can sometimes hide well. This would need a lot of re-engineering, but other than that, like the bones are not bad. Dare I say strong contender? Like, I think this could be a fun build. And I think, like, it's just very different with all the beach space that you have access to. This could be an interesting one. Needs some work, and it's borderline on some of the edges, but quit out. We'll reload. I'm tempted to go in and put, my choice in now, because sometimes I forget and I start talking, but then also the loading is so long that we gotta move things along. We'll load up Twin Fjords. In the interest of time, do I load up Wood Garden? I wonder if I remember what the 25 tiles looks like. Maybe we do just for that. Wood Garden was season 6 of my Let's Plays, and it was a very fun... I liked it a lot messing around. I got very sloppy with my industry areas and just bolted on all industry areas and all factories into the map, so it was just like chunky blocks and lots of traffic. And ironically, like, I had all that stuff going on, and I did a traffic tutorial, and some people found it very helpful. Some people were like, oh, we only have 60,000 people. But yeah, I also have every industry maxed out, every single factory, like every single little thing happening over in this one corner of the map. Like, there's plenty of traffic, don't worry. It's not the people that you're worried about at that point. Still plenty you can learn from traffics. Isn't the City Planners Verde Beach map? That very well could be the case. I thought that looked familiar, but also a really good spot for a beach city. And I did think in my brain for a minute, like, I did think Verde Beach for a minute. I'm very much aware of it. I have a district named after it in Meander, which needs a lot of work and a lot of love. Meander needs the same thing that I'm doing in Plainville, which is going back and tearing half of it down and using some of the structure as an idea and a sketch and improving upon it. Observatory would look good on the mountain. I think I did that in Rosewood. Oh, did I after saying all that, did I remember to? No, I didn't. So Pearl Bay is really cool. I think strong contender, right? Is that where I put it? It's good. You can tell, like, I have a certain map in mind. Like, I don't know what it is that pushes it over into this category. A lot of it is the border, but, like, there's more to the map than that. Tropical versus boreal, like, there's a lot of mood in it too. This is Twin Fjords. I'm I'm like hyper rushing to go into the buttons and constantly hitting the wrong buttons. Okay. Certainly a lot of interesting space to work with here. Let's go right over here. So like this, I mean, I guess on paper, right? Like the cheapest bridge is the straight line between 2 points, but like, is it really that much shorter if you were to do a bridge this way and mold the terrain a little bit and then not? Like, that's insane. That's insane. That's like somebody saying like, okay, I'm going to build a bridge over here. You build the road leading up to it. And they're doing it like this guy's over here doing this, you know, not looking at the other guy. And then this guy's over here like, okay, I'm going to build a bridge and I'm going to meet you up over there. And then he gets to this point and he's like, oh, I didn't know you were building it that way. But look, they didn't know they were building it that way either. Look at that. Come on. You're just cruising down the highway, coming across the bridge, and take this really sharp left turn before you hook back to the right and down a hill. It's a roller coaster. At least we can fix it, right? It's on the part of the map we can fix. And those both, oh my God, those both need drastic repairs right there. If you want it to even be more natural, like you could even hook the river out a little bit that way. And create that shorter path that's on a straighter line. Oh my God. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting all worked up about this. I can't not get worked up about. Oh my God. Guys, figure out how many DLCs in haven't figured out trains go under roads usually. And certainly if they go above, there's terrain. We talked about this. It's, oh my God. That's fine. I'm okay with it. This is a lot of wasted real estate, but that's not always a bad thing. But would you build a little bit up here? Maybe you build a little bit up here. Some forestry industry maybe up in the hills. But then it would be great over here. It's not a bad map. That's a really bad corner of the map to say that. But like you could do something here, but it's very hilly. And it's going to land us in that middle ground again of, you know, like it's got a spot. It's got its purpose. But it's, you know, again, mileage may vary. It's for something. It's not for me. Last up, Wood Garden will load it up for the 25 tiles. I mean, just to go through it all so you can see, this was a favorite of mine. Again, not because it was like a beautiful build or anything. There were parts of it that were very nice. A really fun build, a good map overall to build on. And I think like going back in with a better plan, I could do something really cool on this one. I have a feeling this one, unless it has a really objectionable spot we can't get to or a horrible train triangle just off the edge of the map, that this is probably a strong contender category. If not, maybe, you know, you must build here kind of thing. Or how could you not build here kind of thing. Tokyo Drift that bridge. Just want to say your videos really helped me get into CS1, and I'm kind of bummed CS2 never reached consoles. If it ever does, I will be there. I will dive into it for sure, whether they partner with me or not. If only to get people over those first couple humps. And like, I really enjoyed that aspect of why I created this channel. Or I created it to share skate videos and make Fallout videos, do all kinds of things. But this definitely resonated with me from a content creation perspective. So I appreciate that it resonated with you as well. And hopefully it will come one day. But hopefully that day is not anytime soon. Because it is not ready, because the best it could be is a port of what's on PC unmodded, and that is not worth anyone's time to play. From a console unmodded perspective, like, I challenge people to play it without mods. Like, mods make it better. And then from a console perspective, they've admitted, like, early on, like, they were having performance issues, so it would be a worse performing version of the PC. that isn't fun without mods. So it would be pretty rough. So like it needs a lot of love, and I'm worried that with the lack of players, which probably translates to a lack of DLC sales, it's got to put the hurting on, and I wonder if we will see much more content even for the PC version, not to mention a complete pull of the ripcord on the console version. It wouldn't surprise me. Okay, we got the 5x5. So this side of the map I already know is pretty great because this does go up a hill. It's a little more open than I would like, but again, I think you could like literally just one swath of trees right there would fix that and make that cutoff look a little bit more natural. There's some great. Is this farmland here? I get it. It's sometimes it's tough to tell the farmland versus what's the other one that turns the grass? Does the oil turn the grass a different color? Kind of, sometimes it'll look like that. So there's some decent farmland here. There's also like this great mountain line that like it just surrounds the city in a nice way. You wouldn't build up there on that giant mountainous corner. You've got access to this island system over here. So I don't know if I'd build on that one, but I've definitely built on this one. I think I built a casino on that island. But this is a great map. I really like this map. I think there's a natural boundary around this 1 in 25 tiles that works really well. This would be interesting to see what people could do with this. I would probably consider creating like a tunneled, maybe not a tunnel straight through, but like maybe a little bit of a switchback that goes up a little and carves through the mountain rather than come all the way out here, so that you could have a more isolated farmland out here on the water. Might be kind of cool. I don't think you need to bring the highway that close, but it's a good, let's see if could we zoom out more technically on this, right? So like, what's the Mustafa quote? Like, what Mufasa. Everything the sun touches. I said that because I heard somebody that kept calling it Mustafa the other day, and it like, I was like, oh my God, stop. It was a conversation I was overhearing, and I just kept thinking like, oh my God, stop calling it Mustafa. Stop calling it Mustafa. It's not Mustafa. And I just said it. But like everything that the sun touches is yours, is our kingdom. And basically like everything that you see here that looks appropriate for building can be built upon. Wood garden, 25 tiles. I meant to do that faster. Absolute top tier in my opinion. If you haven't built on it, you should check it out. It is a fantastic map, and I think it lends itself really well to the boundaries of 25 tiles. Give us some edge of map fog. Completely empty highway. That's wood garden for you. Show me triangles. I love it. Show me triangles. Come on. Do we have any? We didn't see any triangles, did we? There's edge of map fog. Okay, now we can go home happy. We can leave wood garden and the Industries DLC behind, and leave our old friend edge of map fog behind, because there's more edge of map fog for you. This is great. Even more? It's foggy, but we can get out of here. This is just ridiculous at this point, waiting around for triangles or edge of map fog. Everything the sun touches, you smell coconut lotion. No, thank you. Okay, Industries, was that all for Industries? Wood Garden was the last one. Who's powering through with me? 1229. Let's keep going. 47 of you here. Thank you so much. Leave a like if you're enjoying. Campus Marin Bay. I'll spoil it. This was Season 8 Grand Lakes. Campus came out and wanted to do a campus theme build. So I chose Marin Bay as one of the maps that came with the pack. Figured check one of those out. The name Grand Lakes in my Season 8 is a reference to the Rodney Dangerfield movie Back to School. I want to say it's like 1984. and now I'm feeling like I overestimated, and it's 1987. But somewhere in there, it's a great Rodney Dangerfield movie. First time I ever saw Robert Downey Jr., Sam Kinison. A lot of good actors in that one. Talked about it the other day. Sorry for repeating myself for those of you that are around on the reg. Okay, so Wood Garden, absolute top tier, like, and it maintains a spot in my heart because of its smart use of 25 tiles and terrain to create a really interesting build space. I think that is one that if you're considering and it looks at all interesting to you, would be a really interesting build, again, with the constraints of 25 tiles and remastered in mind. If I miss anything in chat, or if you have something specific for me, don't ever hesitate to @ me as well. I don't mind. It's not a bad thing around here. I am bad about catching up with the chat sometimes. So, you know, if you're just throwing conversation out there, that's cool. If it's something that I missed and I never responded to, I usually mean to. So don't be afraid to @ me once in a while. Lots of unprotected lobsters. Yeah, 47 here. Let's go. Yeah, thanks everybody. Appreciate that. Coming back out. Are you finding my channel for the first time, or are you coming back out of the woodwork for cities again? Not to imply, I guess, that you were in the woodwork. I was kind of in the woodwork, or, you know, I get it. Like if I'm doing non-cities things, the algorithm is terrible about recommending that to people. Although, to be fair, like, it doesn't recommend cities to me at all because it knows, like, I'm not watching it. Although what's funny is Decoy, one of my mods, was playing the other day and posted about it in the Discord, and I was like, I'll go play too. And I got bit by the bug. Let me. Do you know the meme where it's like the beautiful thing over there, and then they pan out, and it's the thing that is holding you back? Can I make a meme right now? What is that template? Hold on a second. Meme generator holding back. That's it. It knew. Yeah, held back meme. Okay, hold on a second. Where is my tier? Where's my tier browser? Over here. So come over here. Can I not? I can't like slide that off the screen. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, hold on. Undo? You can't undo? No, that is the wrong thing. What was it? Beautiful build spot. Copy. There we go. Okay, sorry. I just had to get that done real quick. Over to the Discord. tinyurl.com/move the most if you want to join. Where does that go? Does that go in cities? That goes in cities. Okay. Thanks, 25 tiles. Thanks so much for that. That's great. I'm just gonna, while I'm in here, where are we? Marin Bay, 81 tiles. It is an interesting map. Like I grabbed a really weird 9 tiles that like went from this and like kind of snaked through here in a weird way. But it's like there's a lot of flat treeless space out there just off the edge of the map that again would be made so much better just with some trees. That's unfortunate. That's an 81 tile map in my mind. They've all come for the burning. The fires are back. I mean, that, honestly, that... I cannot believe the parks. I was admiring, like, a single building going up in flames, and then turn to see the entire park system like just up in smoke. Where are we? We're done industries. We're into campus, and we're on Murky Coast. Adia, one of your favorites. One of the two that Adia recommends. Islands from the base game and Murky Coast from campus are Adia's top 2 picks. At least for now. She hasn't seen the map pack stuff in detail, and we're kind of getting there, but that might be a tomorrow thing. It would be a mouse video if there weren't fires, right? So here you go. Hold on. We'll hit it again in case anybody missed it, because I think it's worth it. This is the fire. This is the fire. Hold on. This tab over here.
What the heck?
Well, we're waiting for the load.
We're here like 10 seconds, and there's fires bursting out. I also like, I don't know. What the heck? What the heck?
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
I was gonna say, like, maybe it's time to redo this area.
Every tree that you see,
Oh,
every tree
man.
burned. The
man.
Theater of Wonders in the back also caught fire.
Oh man.
Every single tree that you see burned.
The monorails are on fire.
This is a short clip. If you want the longer version, check out my
What the
previous
hell?
streams.
Meander did not disappoint.
This was last night's actually.
Oh my god.
This is perhaps the best fire.
Elmo is right. Elmo is right.
This is probably the biggest fire I've ever had
the heck?
that wasn't connected to a meteor in Santa Rica. Okay,
We're here like 10
out of that
seconds
for now. We'll just pause that because maybe we play that one more time just for the entertainment value. We're loading up Murky Coast. It must be there by now. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Come on, game. Next song, new mood. Ooh, it's dark. It's kind of a murky mood, if you will. Okay, so. Oh, I have a bone to pick about this one. We're going to talk about this one. Because it is a very cool map. I think I would build something on the smaller side here if I remember. Which intrinsically makes me want to put the cheats on so as not to have to grind up to unlock certain things. But also at the same time, like, I don't know. This is another one that, like, no, you would build the highway at like a 15-degree angle, just a little bit off, so as to not have this horribly, like, look at this. Let's try. We're driving this one. Okay, and we're even doing it way back here. We're getting on the highway speed way back here. I want to prove a point. This is a person. That's going to take a long time to get there. Okay, here we go. Full speed ahead. Well, actually, I'll go. I was going to say I'll go conservatively on the on-ramp. I'm a better driver than this. It's fine. It's still going to prove a point about how dangerous this is. I'm already having trouble staying on this road. Donut truck is fast. There we go. Whoa! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! Where no? Okay, that didn't go well. That did not go well. And that was just getting on the bridge, honestly, like. Okay, hold on a second. We gotta see what getting off the bridge is like. That was not good. That's walking again. No, I don't want that. I want this one. Okay. Donut truck again. I always hit the trigger for gas. Okay, we're gonna go a little bit easy into the hill. Easing off. We're not using brakes. Well, we're using brakes. Oh shit! Okay, never mind. We're out of here. It's a beautiful map. It's a really beautiful map. We'll fix this highway. Step number 1, fix this highway. I'm fine the way that this kind of curves out of view. How's this triangle over here? Suspiciously hiding a triangle back here. Trees save the day on the edge of the map. So it's a very interesting space. Like, I don't even need to explore the edges. Like, I know the edges are okay. They're all right. They're not perfect. But it's a smaller build that I would do here. You know, I don't see a big city here. So it is that kind of middle ground for me. Sure you're not playing Mario Kart here? That is the exact same way I drive in Mario Kart. That's it could be misconstrued very easily as also footage of me playing Mario Kart. What are we? We're in campus. That was Murky Coast. I'm gonna rank it in just a second. And I don't mean any offense to one of Adia's favorite maps, but I think it's more of a contextual thing for me. Where the mileage really does vary depending on the project. I feel no, and not that it's a bad thing. Like sometimes like the Hanu Island, like I think kind of forces you to think in an island kind of manner. Obviously, I mean, it's kind of stupid to say like that. Obviously, mouse, like it's in the name, but you know what I mean? Like it inspires a certain level of creativity for me that I think you can still like Honolulu has suburbs. They're just like up a mountainside. It has big city grids. It's just much smaller and horrible traffic. Like, but you can do some different flexible things with it. And I just feel more constrained by Murky Coast by the size of the land. So it's interesting. I think it's a very beautiful map for the right purposes. We're loading into Northwood Hills on the campus DLC. You're good, no offense. I appreciate that. It's not a yuck your yum kind of thing, right? Like I'm not saying you're crazy for liking it. Like it's definitely, I could like it in the right circumstances, but it would be a certain build that I would come up with. And it's one that I have a tough time with. It's like a smaller town build. I haven't crossed that bridge yet. I would like to figure it out, but I feel like it's going to take a lot of planning and patience. And I don't think you could do it. I don't want to do it in a way where I have to build it up to tear it back down. So I think it's just the thing I would cheat with unlimited money and unlocks and stuff on. Just build what I want to build. But it takes some of the motivation away. It's a catch-22, right? This is Northwood Hills. Look at who did they hire to do highways on this one? Because do you remember what highways looked like up until literally the last DLC? And what is going on over here? See that right from the load? Look at these interchanges. Okay, so here, like, someone was like, I will copy and paste the old interchange. I'm going to lunch. Here, you take over. Okay. Let this guy keep building the map. Or girl, whoever it was. But let the person that did this make the rest of the map. Why is there a default interchange over here when you have this over here? It's mind-bogglingly devoid of artistic sensibility for the bigger project. And I think in a way that speaks to how Cities 2 failed. Like, this isn't one person's fault. Like, one person built a beautiful intersection over here. And somebody else said, hey, where's the starting tile go? I don't know, over here. Slap the built-in interchange in there. Like, for real, like, what is that? I don't get it. I don't get, like, why this is what you build over here. Like, look at this. If you told me right now that this was modded on PC, I would believe you. Because how can you get the roads that perfect on console, right? Like, it's not worth the time or effort. That's not vanilla game mechanics. Not when this is what we've seen for highway interchanges until now. It could still use some lane math. Yeah, I saw the underneath. And this is weird, but again, like, where was any kind of sense for doing something like this? Although 3 lanes going into 1, that is a choice. That is a choice. That's not going to be bad for you at all. Okay. So, but it looks better than the stuff that had been in the maps before. What are we dealing with for an edge of map, right? That's what we need. That's what we're here to answer. That's mildly frustrating. Could be, again, fixed with trees, but then you'd end up not building up there. How far up here do we go? That's interesting. So you could do something on the hill there, very, very spaced out. Flying up the river this way, like, there's certainly space again that you could use. But like, this starting tile, this is where the real meat and potatoes of things is. You'd have other highway entrances up here. You've got train access that's not too bad. I really like, if you could do move it, you know what I would do on to this object, and it would be, it's very easy to do something like this on Jumble. Definitely hasn't been here, I know, right? I still am holding out for a content creator pack of intersections. That and Mr. Mix. Please spread the word. We need 2 content creator packs. If they give us anything for this game, I will buy it. I will promote the hell out of them. Yumble Intersections content creator pack and Mr. Mason Fall Trees content creator pack. Can you imagine what maps would look like with orange and yellow and red trees? Oh my God. Oh my God. It'd be amazing. But I really want Move It, or a nightclub that I can slot in here like a service so that we can turn an old abandoned factory into a rave. I think that would be pretty cool. You could do that with Move It and the concerts objects. Just throw a concert object in there and have like all the people congregating out front. Very easy to do on PC. Not so much so. We'll have to see like how close we can get a nightclub building to the old train station. So this one's not bad. I think it's a contender, but I think it's got issues like this, unfortunately. It's hilly enough. Wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure we can get the Windows XP background here. We just need to wait for a day that it's not so cloudy. And I can come in here and delete those rocks. I'll put this in contenders. You could feather out the edges in the right places. It's not a big city build, but I think you could do some cool, beautiful things here, and it would be really interesting. I think it's got more options than what I would traditionally put into the middle tier of being very case specific. I think you could have a lot of fun with that in a couple different cases. I will share this afterwards too once it's finished. It probably won't be tonight. Well, okay, we're 2 more for campus and it's almost 1 a.m. Do we call it there? Finish campus and then we'll try and get through the rest tomorrow night? I think so. Fire protection that would be nice. And I could, like, people point out, like, I could turn off the fire spread, but that defeats the fun. We have 2 left here in campus. Roseland Peninsula And what's our last one? Wolf Creek. So let's check this out real quick. I see real quick, and then 5 minutes later when it loads. Okay, while I'm here, and because I'll forget, I gotta take my medication. I'm getting old. I had way too many pills I gotta take every day. It's getting worse. Gonna need a bigger organizer soon. Okay, come on, loading. There we go. It unhung when I yelled at it. I think well, here. I don't think. I'm going to count them. I'll tell you how many I take in a day. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. 7, 8, 9, 10. I take 15 a day. Yeah, see, right? Like sometimes you just need somebody else to kickstart you. This is it's an accountability group. You're gonna keep me accountable for maintaining cities. Feel like you're missing out? No, there will be plenty of time for you to require medication to sustain a basic quality of life. Appreciate those times now, because I think honestly until I was like 36 I was pretty much in maintenance mode, and that is like, you know, Advil or Tylenol after a particular wow, those 3 tiles, wow. Oh god, I'd be complaining if I couldn't, you know, get the stuff up to the south that is on the coast, but like wow, those are, in fact, no, 4 tiles. This is, I mean, like, look at that tile. That is like next to nothing. That is all water. Right? Is that water in the middle? No, oh, that's land. Okay, no, never mind. I was just because it was blue. But that, like, all water, water, tiny little slot of land. Nothing fun to build on over here. Like, that is a lot of water on this map. Okay, highways, though. Edges and highways are our key deciding factors. It's a real shame that we can build here but not out there. And that one's not as easy to fix with trees because there's not something to connect it to. So I'm already kind of feeling like 81 tiles is a better thing here. Holy cow, is this? This is like the second time in all of these maps that we have seen trains going under the road. Now, unfortunately, the road lifts up as awkwardly as possible. Like, this could look... I mean, it would be more than just shaping the land around the intersection. Like, you'd shape the terrain a little bit more around it overall. But, like, the bridges are at least kind of straight on. Highways are a little bit better managed. And there's a much more flowing trumpet interchange, or is it not technically a trumpet if it's not curled the same way both sides? There's a giant triangle. That's less problematic at least. And again, it's a shame that, like, I guess you could build over here, but you could completely ignore over there. But then at that point, like, look at what you're ignoring a lot. So maybe we build like a remote train yard out here. Something out here, I don't know. Here's the rave out here. So this map has a lot of space that I feel like is kind of wasted. 1 in water and 2 where you like wouldn't build. So like this is your build spot right here. Where's the edge? So like there, which is that's not a bad space. It's pretty cool. It seems like a lot of it is wasted. I think I don't want to call it a strong contender because I'm a little disappointed at the tree line over there not being able to disconnect that side of the map a little better. So I think I throw it in the middle case of being very use case specific. And then now we're on to the last campus map, Wolf Creek. Okay. Sorry, what did I miss? We got time to catch up on I got time to catch up on chat because the loading is horrible. So yeah, so very mid-tier for me there. Again, it's the your mileage may vary. You may totally enjoy that map, and I might even in the right circumstances, but there's so many more to focus on. You shut up about your 5 pills. Just use them for fishing and having boats fill the space. Yep. You can create land. That is true. You could like that. That's actually something that I need to get better about. I like to play without the cheats, and landscaping is not cheap, but I would like to either be smarter about my decisions in the first place or come back and really reset parts of the map and landscape more heavily and spend the time on that. Cause I think that's something that all too often, like, there'll just be a wonky neighborhood and you could knock out that neighborhood and slope things better and transition from A to B, or I should say from A to C to make B smoother in between. Pills that stop hair loss and cure hangovers. Yeah. There's that's a retirement idea right there if you come up with that one. Use some of that for an airport for sure. Triangle, I'm happy now. Okay, we must be loaded. So close. So close. Okay, last campus map, areas. That is some mountainous terrain up there. I feel like that is, I was going to say wasted space, but it looks like this might have a good natural boundary. But let's find out. Ooh. Have I built on this one? What is this? Wolf Creek? I wonder if I did a live on here. This one looks very familiar to me. What is happening over here? So a default trumpet. Highways that need a little work. They're relatively... It doesn't entirely make sense. Why is it like one notch off the ground right at the edge of the map? Like it's totally, like look at this, totally flat, totally flat, totally flat. Whoa, what's this? Whoa, why is it humping up? Too late, can't fix it. Right there at the edge. Okay, this is actually a pretty good line for an edge. You could even come over here. Oh, there's a little train track over here. That's wild. I don't know what you would do there. Maybe something industrial on the water's edge. That, wow. Okay. Things we fix right away. Trumpet interchange. What's going on over here? Another trumpet. Up into the mountains. Going off the map with some crazy bends here. Okay. We don't have to worry about that though. We can't see it from where we are. And this, like, I like this. The slope of this is very nice. This is a good map for the right circumstance. Is it a strong contender? Where's the boundary? Right here. So is that a strong contender? Like it might be. That could be really interesting to build in. Is it a you must? I don't know. I might upgrade it later on once I've built on it. But this is for sure a strong contender that I think I need to look at. And I don't remember. Like I said, I might have played temporarily on it, but I will happily throw that in strong contenders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maps for Sunset Harbor. It's 1 a.m. I think we call it. But how are 44 of you feeling? Because like, I'm not particularly tired. I'm gonna take quite some time to wind down. And if we wanna continue on through, because like, how many did we get done? Hold on. There's 92. 1, 2, 3. How many in a row? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across. So that's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 25, 34, 36, and 41. So if we get through Sunset Harbor, it's kind of like the perfect halfway point, right? Yeah. It's kind of the perfect halfway point. How do you have 98? Do you have maps that you've created? Or am I missing a DLC and have to completely revamp my list tomorrow? That'd be fun. Am I missing a DLC? Hold on a second. We're cooking. Let's keep cooking. DLCs available for purchase. It's all radio stations as far as I know. Can I go over there without like actually loading the store? Pop like there's nothing over there available for purchase that is not a radio station. I mean, make some coffee at 1 a.m. Well, you already know what we wind up on, which is Swamplands, and it's a gimme what city that was. Okay, we're gonna power through Sunset Harbor and then save the rest for tomorrow night. If you're going to bed, I certainly wish you a good night. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, AC, if you can make it. We'll get through the second half of the list, and of course, the VODs are always available. If you want to watch them back anytime. But seriously, though, thanks for all the support. Appreciate it. Azure Gulf, the first Sunset Harbor. Sunset Harbor was the last DLC of Season 2 pass, if I remember. Which, based on the timing of when they were developing, they talked about this in like the behind the scenes. The timing of when they were developing it seems like they probably would have stopped after Season 2 to focus on CS2, but then ended up with a delay and ended up doing a bunch of DLC instead. They actually said like natural disasters was going to be the end at one point. I thought like 2 DLCs basically. It's better than it sounds. You know it. All right, we got this. It's very easy. You're gonna make it no problem. Just listen to the soothing sounds of the game loading. Ready? It's eerily quiet. Let me see if I can find something to fill the space here. Hold on. Oh, God. Should I cue, like, some death metal up? We're sending Amanda off to Lullaby Land. Oh, the map's loaded! Map's loaded! Wake up, everybody! Get your gear on! We gotta buy tiles! We got tiles to buy here! Sorry. Okay, Sunset Harbor maps. I definitely remember building a live stream city here and a bunch of maniacs destroying it about an hour and a half into all my hard work. I'm pretty sure we built here. Look at that tile. That's a water tile. Hope you're thirsty. Okay. Certainly a lot of water. A lot of water. Wow. Okay, my brain's mush. What? Oh no, seriously. Wait. Where? Should it not be showing me the border? Why was it not animating the border with the UI up? I don't know if I've ever seen that. Would I do something? What did I do? Okay, so it makes a ton of sense not to be building up there. Train under the highway, but an oddly raised segment. Like, why they haven't figured out to carve out a space for the train and just bridge that one segment. I don't know how that hasn't occurred to anybody designing these maps yet. There's probably like still some old guy in here manning the gun, refusing to open the door, surviving on rations. You're not gonna get me in here. That's wonky. That's unnecessarily wonky on so many levels. Like, think about a bridge with a bend in it. Okay. Think about a bridge with 1, 2. I mean, it's kind of like a third one there, a fourth one you're coming off the bridge. You're just ping-ponging all the way down the Jersey barriers there. See, look at this. Okay, why from this? Like, this has got to be two different people, right? Because you don't do this and then whip this out. This is not the same like, that's not the same person. Go ahead, chat. Tell me that's the same person. I'm sorry. What is this? What's wrong with the bed? It matches my driving. Okay, we don't have to take it there. We don't have to take it there, Jay. I mean, it is pretty bad driving, though, I will admit. So, like, we're learning things, and we're letting people handle some of the interchanges. You know what I mean? Like, why not give that person the controller to do the... I say the controller. It's keyboard and mouse, I'm sure. But, like, let them do the other stuff. Let them do the map. Okay, so that's okay. So basically within that bowl, that flatland, this is pretty good. There's that wild bit of highway. I wouldn't probably build up here at all. I think this is a strong contender. This is remarkably disconnected. Like, literally, the sense of the word remarkable. It is worthy of remark. How... I mean, let's be honest. This is Map Pack Volume 3, and this is what most of us do to connect our starter towns to that highway. I'll raise my hand. This me too. I do this. But we're paying for this. Think about that. You paid money for this. That's rough. But I like the map overall. Strong contender. It's not like I'm not building here tomorrow, but I wouldn't blame anyone for starting a build on it soon. Okay, new game. And then Sunset Harbor. That was Azure Golf. Crater Falls. I know for a fact I liked 9 tiles. This is Greenwood. did a build here called Greenwood. It was my season 14. Holy cow. A lot of builds. So it was my season 14. I took this concept of a futuristic, walkable green city, like this concept art that I had found, and basically did that with the Plazas and Promenades DLC. So it's a Sunset Harbor map with plazas and promenades ideas behind it, essentially. I thought that was a very cool build. I would like to go back and do it again. I don't remember what 25 tiles looks like here. I'm really hoping it's good because I would definitely like to do another Greenwood build. Where was that? That was Azure Golf, and I'm not knocking anyone. I think that's a really strong contender for a good map. So how are we doing so far? Like, we're halfway through the DLCs. We're halfway through the maps at this point once we finish Sunset Harbor. And we've got a Park Life and an Industries recommendation at the top. We've got Snowfall and Mass Transit and Green Cities and more industries and Campus as all strong contenders. What's failing us so far? Some of the built-in maps, Natural Disasters 2 for 3, Park Life 2 for 5. Unfortunate. They weren't ugly maps. They were like, don't touch them. This is nature, and this is just a highway that runs through here kind of maps. I do like Azure. Like I said, it's not top tier for me. I don't think everybody should go try a map there right now. But I wouldn't hold it against you if you're like, oh my god, that looks amazing, I'm going right now. Forget this mouse. I'm closing the stream and I'm going to Starter City right now. I wouldn't blame you. It's okay. It's cool. Speaking of cool, check this place out. Let's unlock 25 tiles. This was a really fun build, and I think it's a really good space with 25 tiles. I'm going to go check the left immediately, though, because that's my only one I'm concerned at. So this is my only concern, is that we can't really correct that highway right there. But we don't have to get too near it with any part of our build. I might even like save it and see how close I can break to try and improve it a little bit, but I also just might not even bother with it. Throw up a couple key trees, or maybe even like landscape this to raise this land right here where the rock is. Make a little bit of a hill where it hides that from view. And that might be the better way to solve that challenge, honestly, is to just landscape around it. There's some interesting water flows here. We can build up onto here. The train track is a little ridiculous, but like I can live with it. And again, like this is mountainous enough up here, like that you could start to space out your build quite a bit. It would be kind of cool though. Maybe plant some trees over on the far side and do something right here, a small build. This would be like a fun hotel resort view here. Maybe move the train tracks a little bit. We can't go too far up into the mountains, but that's okay. It's not a lot of buildable space. And then this highway is a little wild coming through here. But really the main part of the build is kind of in the center here. And it looks a little weird. But if you look what I did on my season 14 build, if you go back and look for a town called Greenwood, I basically I built it up, but then I flattened all this and built like key walls around it. So it's very artificial kind of rectangle floating in the middle of a body of water with highways coming in on either side. And it's surrounded by mountains and these rivers running down. Like I like it a lot. And I think this one is worthy of a revisit. If only to fix some of these trains. A much wider triangle, that's good. So is it a you must build here? I don't know. It's definitely strong contender category. I think I must build here. I don't know if you must build here, but it's close. I think I might do it. I think it's a you must give a city there a shot if you've got the DLC. And if you don't have that DLC, it's another check in the column of why you might want to buy that one is the map. Crater Falls. Excellent map. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like this one. I think it's something that on PC would be a lot stronger with more assets and ways to build like a Vegas town or a very sparse like Radiator Springs kind of vibe. If you've got kids, you know what I mean. Then again, I mean, it's a Pixar movie. Lots of people have seen it. Technically, it's like 3 Pixar movies, and there's planes too. There's a lot of them around. Let's catch up on the sheet. I say the sheet, but it's a tier list. Crater Falls, like I kind of want it. I kind of want to throw it up here on principle. Like I think it's an amazing. I think you could do something really amazing with this space. And I think like you could build a big city in the middle of all that. I think you could build small farmlands. I think you could build a ski resort off season in that giant bowl. Triangle tier list. We should. I mean, like maybe I might have to. I'll have to watch it back and pull out all the horrible triangles we found and decide which ones are the worst. So Crater Falls is getting a spot up top for now. It might get changed down the road, but I think it's going to stay there. It's a build I really liked, and I definitely want to revisit. So like I said, there might be a bit of bias there, but I would highly recommend it. There's not a lot of maps that I would, again, that I think just really look the part. They're not too terrible. That little bit of wonky highway I think is easy to hide. So other than that, it's a pretty cohesive setup that, like I said, is relatively flexible for a big build or a farmland. If you wanted to, you could definitely do a few different things with it. I don't feel like I'm locked in to a small city on that one. All right, 25 tiles. Come on, we're getting faster at unlocking these. I missed a row. Okay, so right away, you got to be in the mood for this one, no doubt. Let's look from the corner. As far as natural water, there's a little pocket right there. There's a little pocket right there. Over there. This is 25 tiles too, like. Starting, that's what you got. This is a unique challenge. You're going to be doing water differently than you do on your other maps, for sure, for certain. Okay, so that train coming around here is a little bit awkward. Now here, this is more confusing for my brain because coming from New England in the Northeast, like where the trees are is where the people aren't. But if there's no trees, like it's more the terrain, I guess, and I just don't see the same because it's very steep. It's relatively steep. Like that's not. There's no flat place to build up there, I think this is a very. I'm going to jump out of this one quickly because it's a very specific kind of build. I don't personally see a big city there. Maybe you do like a Vegas strip and a bunch of small suburban houses around it. Like I could see that, I guess. But it's not. I throw it in that middle category when I feel creatively limited. So where are we? Desert Oasis. Have fun with it if you want. It's as you can see pretty far down my list of what I need to check out next. I'm feeling really interested in Riverrun, by the way, because that has been like a hidden gem hiding from me since day one, and it's been built into the base maps, and seeing it now in 25 tiles makes me really intrigued to play that. Hanu would be a repeat for me. Wood Garden would be a repeat. Crater Falls would be a repeat. This is the only one. You know what? There. Hanu's up there. But maybe Riverrun is that hidden gem that I really need to check out. World's largest desert is Antarctica. That makes sense. Oh, man. It doesn't matter if you're tall or short, thin or fat, rich or poor. At the end of the day, it's night. Ouch. Do you think AC asleep? How many maps do we have left? The synthwave's kind of chill, so like it might still be lullaby territory. I don't know. We got 2 left. Hey, what's going on? How's it going? We're getting close to wrapping up here. We're looking for the next build. I want to do a remastered build. So we need a good 25 tile map. We're creating that tier list, going through every single one, seeing what annoys us mostly. I'm surprised with some of the intersections that we've seen in this DLC. Like you can tell so obviously like that it's different people. You know, maybe one person's doing the terrain, but there's multiple people doing the roads to use the built-in cloverleaf, the built-in trumpet, the aggressive jumps on the bridges. I mean, they're better than day one, but like, where are those beautiful trumpet interchanges? Like, so that bridge is really frustrating to have to see in the distance. Again, maybe you raise a little terrain here, but that doesn't make sense with the rest of the terrain around it. I don't know if I've put one in the 81 tiles category recently, but this might be one just to fix some of the edges. This is fixable, but that's an aggressive bend right there. Like, you could hook this around a little bit more, come across at a slightly more aggressive angle, and then just come back a little bit. Like, it's very basic problem solving that like they rushed to this point and then didn't think to just now take a step back. It's something that fixes a lot of problems, actually, is like building something and sketching it out and then building a better version of it. But that's just stopping on the first pass. These maps they're getting much better about terrain management and using terrain to define some of the borders. It is cool that we're kind of like much more out in the open ocean here. And there's cargo lines to prove it. So it's an interesting one. Let's try and get in the corner here. So it's not a ton of buildable space, right? There's a lot of water there. So very situational. I don't hate it, and I'm not relegating it to I'm not relegating it to the bottom tier by any means. But like, does 81 tiles solve it? I don't know. I think you can conditionally build in that, but it's very specific. We'll check out one more before we call it a night. How much air do you think you can get on that bridge? Oh man. Okay, let's look for a launch spot in our last map, which is a map called Swamplands. This is a map from, I want to say, was it season 9? It was season 9. Swamplands is the map. Swampscott is the name of the town, and that's the real Swampscott's a real name of a town in Massachusetts. The tagline for this one, Swampscott, it's better than it sounds. This was I never really completed this build. I hope that 25 tiles is good because I kind of want to do the idea of Swampscott on a bigger scale. So I would like to be able to put this in one of the top 2 tiers and hopefully play it, but it is ever dependent on where those lines are drawn, where those dotted lines sit, and what they're cutting us off from. All too often, it's cutting us off from a good time and reasonable designs. Build on that desert map is a challenge. Better than you think. I don't have a vision for building a desert town. I would honestly have to study them on Google Earth. It's just like I'm so New England coded. There's so many trees. I live in a dead end street, and there is like a literal forest between me and the park. There's like thousands of trees in just a couple hundred yards. It's like ridiculous. Like where people aren't, there are trees. And they turn beautiful colors in the fall. Seriously, we need that DLC so badly. True test of a bridge, yeah. Okay, what do we got here? This is, again, what I built in Swampscott. What can we do with it now with 25 tiles is the question. Can we do something better? Hopefully, I would think. So starting tile-wise, you got to make concessions when you're building 9 tiles, but we've got a little bit more room to play with here. So I probably wouldn't build across the river there. I'd probably leave that open, which would make me want to do something sparser here, like farmland, most likely. Maybe a little bit of farmland over there, but probably not. That train line is so simple and flat. That's so much more realistic for what a train would be doing, which is going in a straight line. That's what they do really well. This is somebody that I'm glad thought about that. And then we're back to this. And this. Default interchanges everywhere. Okay, never mind. You know what? Never mind. I take it back. Things we can fix, though. That's well within the bounds of what we can fix. But what's up here? Like, we probably don't build here because you would have wanted to have built there. So artificially, we have to kind of draw our line back here. And that's near the train tracks. You can get a little bit more dense. Bring things in towards the starting tile city center. And feather things off, I think, to the sides. Like, I think we could do something really cool with suburbs way out here. Oh, this is a shame right here. So this one we connect across with trees to cut off. Okay, let's get to the corner here. I'm actually really excited about the potential for this in 25 tiles. I kind of really like this. Swampscott 2.0, Swampscott Remastered, I think is coming soon. Trolley buses, get your trolley buses ready. Ooh, trolley problem. We'll do trolley problem. We'll trigger disasters based on chat's choice of horrible decisions. I love it. Seriously, like this is top tier for me, for sure, for certain. That could very well be a very soon build coming to the channel, as could some of these others. So it's funny that, I mean, I like these maps the first time around. It's not that strange that giving me more territory in them. Again, I've built at Hanu Island, I've built at Wood Garden, I've built at Crater Falls, and I built at Swamplands. So Riverrun's the only truly new one. All these would be remastered retakes on previous 9 tile builds. So I all in a way would be interesting. 2 of them from Sunset Harbor, interesting. So that is from me a very high recommendation if you're interested in maps, that Sunset Harbor may be a strong showing because there's a strong contender as well. And the other two are in your mileage may vary. There's no clunkers in there. There's nothing that I felt locked out of without 81 tiles, and there's nothing that I think was a waste of time. Natural disasters apparently is a clunker from a maps perspective. Okay. Bridge. Is there a bridge we can launch off of? Oh yeah, there is. Okay, we're gonna get a good start on this one. Hold on to your hats here. Okay, I gotta slow down when I get to that corner. I am gonna hit it too hard. There's a lot of hills here too. Like, this could be bad. This could be really bad. Okay, we're already getting a little light in the wheels. I'm gonna let off the gas just a little bit. And oh my god, it's so hairy. Oh my god! No! How? Death. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, maybe we start much closer. Okay, where is it? It's here. It's drive. Okay, we got this. We're gonna do a little bit better this time. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm easing off on the gas now. Apparently we have plenty of time to accelerate. Okay, as soon as I get out of the corner, gassing it. Oh my god, no, I messed up hard. And we're dead again. We died again. And even if we survive that, like, no one's coming to rescue us down here. Okay, hold on. We got this. I'm gonna go a little bit closer again. I gotta stop the turn earlier. The turning is so horrible. It handles like a forklift, like a rear wheel drive. Why that way? We cleared the top of the bridge. Woohoo! Okay. Oh god. Oh, that tree didn't move. Well, I mean, may as well get that started. Well, thanks so much for joining tonight. I really appreciate it. Did we cinematic camera on random bits of highway? A little edge of map fog. If you've been hanging out a little bit tonight, you already are familiar with it. If you're a returning visitor, then you probably know it as well. I appreciate you all. Thank you for staying tuned so late. 1:30, ridiculous. Been going for hours. What are we, like 4.5 hours? 5.5 hours? What? Wait, what? 10, 11, 12, 1, 4.5 hours, right? I don't know. Should try and land in the cemetery. We'll try that on another stream, I promise. Let's do stupid things like that on future streams. For the time being, I am going to call it a night. I'm going to try and fall asleep by 2. I hope, if all goes to plan, to probably do this again tomorrow night. That's the plan, at least. Sometimes life happens, but I'm planning to be back here at 9 to get through the second half. There's the cemetery. That's a great shot. There's the cemetery again. That's another great shot. It doesn't have much to go to. It's got highway and the one road we built. And it rolls, I think, the roads more often. Yeah, it certainly does. It's really rubbing in that death game. So where do we end up with a bunch of things that I've built, still loving them, and one new title to easily recommend, a bunch that I will probably check out, and some that even, depending on the build, I could definitely see getting into, and a couple that just aren't worth the time. But again, if you focus on the top of the list, the bottom doesn't matter anyways. There's plenty of fun to be had with all the good recommendations to worry too much about the ones that aren't up there. Double clipped. Okay, post them on the Discord. We'll have some funny stuff for next time. Until next time,
the heck?
See you in the next one, everybody. Like, subscribe.
We're here like
tomorrow
10
night, 9 p.m.
seconds,
Eastern.
and there's fires bursting out. I also like, I don't know. What the heck? What the heck?
That's hot.
Whoops.
That's hot.
I didn't mean to do that.
I was gonna say, like, maybe it's time to redo this area. Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! The monorails are on fire? Oh, what the hell? Meander did not disappoint. Oh my god.
Oh my God, Elmo is right. Elmo is right. That's
What the heck?
All right, see you in the next one, everybody.